Hehen. 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 Yeah, me too. Do you have that? Do you have that thing? The linky thing for both of us. I need it. I need it. Thank you. I am. I don't know a good way to do that, so I'm just gonna do it that way. I do. Would you like the number? It is 72219475. Are you ready to go? Yum kuran yum. Yum ku yum. It is. Person's there a lot. Trunks the coffee. Yeah. Give coffee. Delicious. Yeah. I might change my mind about that later. Change that mind about me later.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
Break all the pots. It depends. The last time I was the raider, I spawned near the city and there was like one person in the city. I was like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Hey, somebody just left a cube for me. Thanks. Hi, hi. Also, hello, hello, hello.
よし
Ooh, I got it.
新しい起動機が見つかったぞ仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ
Are you in my area? Yeah. Get out of here. No. I was too slow to help. I was right there. Ma. Ikana. Alright. Do 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 do. Oop, I found a person. I'm here to save you. And also get all them cubes.
まずい誰かやられた救助に行けないか
ありがとう
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ
That's mine. Oh. I hate that. Sony is where I am too. He sucks. Of all of the zones, he is like the worst. Somebody found it, thank goodness. Goodness. Why? Because it's like confusingly laid out. I dislike it for the same reason that I dislike the other map. And since I dislike the other map, I have to like I have it set so that I play it so I can get used to it, but it's just not working out very well. Alright, he's very close to where that key goes, so I'm gonna he was heading kind of between the two. But the key point is very close to Zone E, so I see him. He's now in Zone E. Oh, good. Well, that's it. Oh! Thanks for the follow. I'm about to die. Oops. Oh, shit. There's an invisible wall there now. I thought it was gonna be clever, but guess not. No being clever for me. Oh shit, he's right over there. Bye! Yeah, I think he was trying to chase me down, but he lost me. But he's probably gonna find me again. And also, I fell down the freaking hole myself. Oh, somebody left like 1,000,000 cubes down here. Yasashi ne. Give me all them keys. Do 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 do. Oh.
Super time machine の起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
Cube. Alright, excellent. I just need to get out of here.
今そちらに補給物を
No. Oh, shit. No. Rip. Leave me alone. No. 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 I better get a plat for self-sacrifice for that. If only one more person had had 3 power, I think we could have beaten him. Oh wait, counted me as alive. Thank you, game. I still got the self-sacrifice plat though. Nice. That was some pretty good teamwork. NGL. Falling down. Well, most of the others are starting up the system. Yeah, if the survivors actually work together at the end there, the raider has a real freaking hard time. Even though I've seen on Twitter a bunch of people being like, "Oh, you need to nerf the raiders; they're too strong." The raiders are not too strong. Yeah. Oh, it's him. Ah, yes. This map.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
ここはどこだ？助かった。
Oh, fudge.
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
Oh, thanks for the follow.
いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
助けてくれ。
Breakers is pretty fun. I definitely recommend trying it out. Start her up. I will say that they do need to work on the anti-cheat software Because I've been kicked twice today already for it. I promise I'm not cheating. I'm just playing normally. If I were cheating, I would be playing better. I hope anyway. I think my lack of skill is proof enough that I'm not cheating. What's this? Something I can use? Yeah. You know what? Give me that.
いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Oh! Oh. Hi. Also, yeah, I promise I'm not faking it. I'm just bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hmm.
まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
Oh, snap. No.
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
Do I play with viewers? I would. If you want to try. I will say though, if you're not in Japan, the matchmaking might take a while. That's a great question. They've gotten a bit better. It used to be a lot worse. Seriously? You killed me and now you're going to desecrate my corpse in this way?
Thank you. 急いで向かってくれ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
That's true. Alright. Here. Man, I wish I could get any amount of cube. But instead I'm getting 0 amount of cube.
救助に行けないか。
Where I don't think that they allow cross-platform play either, and I'm playing on the PC, just an FYI.
起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。脱出用タイムマシンが帰還した。呼び出しビーコンでもう一度呼び出せるぞ。脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。脱出用タイムマシンが帰還した。呼び出しビーコンでもう一度呼び出せるぞ。脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
I've seen people complaining on Twitter that it's not cross-platform. Anyway, when we get into the next menu, I'll leave it up for a little bit so you can join in. So you gotta put in the number. Hi. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, I got away from you. Once. After you destroyed me and then blew me up and sent me across the map. Somebody picked me up. Actually, what happened was, you got somebody else, like 2 other people, but they had Senzu beans or something. Because they got up instantly and then they revived me. Currently creating a character. I highly recommend going through the tutorial too. So, not this match, but the next one. Let's join in. Yeah, no plans to add crossplay. Interesting. Because I know that a lot of people have been like, do it! Add the crossplay! Frank's mistake was blowing up where my corpse was. Yeah. Yeah. He decided he was gonna get cute about my dead body. And it was a mistake. I don't know. Frank is playing with a keyboard and mouse, and I'm playing with a controller. So it kind of just depends on your playstyle. He finds the keyboard and mouse to be easier. He does mess up the controls, but so do I. I screw up sometimes. I accidentally, like, go into stuff that I don't mean to do. What game is that? Is this? This is Dragonball The Breakers. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Weird mapping, but okay. Alright. For me, it's that I go a little crazy and start button mashing, and then I accidentally mash 2 buttons at the same time that I don't mean to, and it's a problem. Oh my god. Shut up. Stop. Stop. I do like that voice line of Yoroshiku, but Is it laggy? Is the stream lagging? See, because we're actually testing it out since we're on the same network as to whether or not we can both play and stream at the same time or not. So if it's bad, let me know, because that's good to know. It's not gonna stop me, but it's... The gameplay itself on my screen looks fine, but I don't have an example up. Oh, your game is lagging. Oh, and it looks fine? Oh, wow, that's awesome. Yeah, being wired in makes all the difference. Oh, finally, hey, I'm here to save you. Oh. I hate that if you accidentally let go of the button, it completely resets the bar. No, for, well, yes, for the key, but for saving people, too. Kinda close. I don't like that. Let me get you out of here. What the hell's that noise? No! It's gonna be. Okay. It's possible that I pulled him over, so I wasn't about to answer. He was in Area D when he hit me. Find a barrier that you don't need. Let me know. Well, it's not B. That is exploding. Someone. Yes. Stay away from me. Oh, you were just up there, so I'm not gonna bother. The game has a tutorial. I did try to drop the pod on the roof. I really kind of want to be able to, like, have the pod drop in and break the building, because if you drop it on the side of the building explodes. So why can I not just summon it into the building? You know? You can skip the tutorial too, though. Or, wait. Yeah, I think you can. Someone's saying that there's not an option to skip it anymore, but I don't... Yeah, there was. I haven't started fresh. Oh, that's Area A. It's getting blown up. FYI. He's in B at the moment. He's probably coming to C pretty soon. Hey! He blew up my ship pod just to be a dick. Yeah, he's headed over to C. And yes, that's true. The beta is free, but the game itself costs money. Yeah, right? Like, if there's no crossplay, that's probably gonna not work. It's probably gonna die fast. Maybe they'll change their minds.
脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わった。起動機の設置は諦
But
め
if you want to give it a
脱出して
shot, if
構わ
you
ない
want to try
青い
out
光で示された場所に
the game,
予備機構がある
you've got like
急いで向かってくれまずい誰かやられた救助に行け
a
な
day
い
and a
か
half. Hi. Yeah, I died. You got me. I never did find a barrier heal.
スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞだが無理はしないで脱出してもいいんだぞ
17 pounds? Yeah, that's not bad. It's like, what was it? 2,000 yen? Something like that?
今そちらに補給物資を送る有効に使ってくれ脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞそれを使って脱出するんだ脱出用タイムマシンが帰還した呼び出しビーコンでもう一度呼び出せるぞ
Somebody was very close. But because the cloud moves so slow, they weren't there.
脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞそれを使って脱出するんだ
Crossplay hurt multiverse. This is really... The game lags so badly that it's difficult to play. Stretch. Okay, stretching. Yeah, I did not. He got me. That makes sense in a way. Because I have played games that have crossplay where one system, if they're coming, at least one, if they're coming in from it, like, is just terrible. All right, are you joining in now, or am I going again? I haven't played DBD, so I know nothing about it. Gotta reset for the settings. Okay, well, then I'm gonna go one more then. Because I assume it's gonna match real fast here. But Dead by Daylight sounds like it has zombies in it, and I don't like zombies. Yeah, they refuse to say what it is. I ain't gonna even look at it if it's, like, potentially disgusting. I'm not into it. I don't like horror. I like fantasy. Yeah, and, like, that's it. That's all that I get. It's just like, yeah, it's like this game. That's it. We're not gonna say nothing else. There's more tutorial. Yeah, there is more tutorial. You have to learn about the emergency escape pod. The last thing you learn. Yeah, they don't, which is that it can move. Oh yeah, they don't mention that. If yours gets blown up, that screws everybody. Oh hey, YouTuber. Hey YouTuber. Not that they can hear us, but you know, whatever. Me too. Hi. O.W. Goldman. Yeah, we're screwed. Holy bananas. Hey. You can have the box. You can have the box and go on to the house. I don't know why I keep grabbing gold.
スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。
助かっ
設置に向かってくれ。いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Wow, you got a Dragon Ball. Holy crap, I actually got a barrier. Okay, there's a barrier device here. Did you drop down from the cliff or something? No. Okay. Yeah, I hear him coming. He's kind of far off, but I'm still gonna check him. He is... yeah, over there, okay. Let's go to Area E. Hello, Namekian.
ここはどこだ
Do you have a Dragon
仲間
Ball?
が助けを必要としてるぞ。
助かった
You do have a Dragon Ball. Now I have a Dragon Ball. Oh. In that case, now I don't have a Dragon Ball. Wait. There we go. I refuse to make that mistake. Hydrate? I'll get to it. Why you gotta do this to me right now? I don't even have water. Rip. I would save you, but my pod is not available yet.
設置を急ぐんだ。
3, 2, 1. Alright, I'm gonna come and try to save you. Okay, where the shit are you? Down here. Alright, we can see he's like 350 away, so we're good. We're good, we're good. Hold on a second. I've got that. More Vegeta gloves. I guess I'll take them. Pizza and pasta restaurant. Wow. The hell was that? Not up here. I do hear somebody now.
いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Well, this might be the end of Frank. Get out of here, kid. It might have been a nothing pizza. A cheese pizza. Alright, let's see. Where is he? Over there? Alright. Na 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 na. Somebody's beating up Frieza. It's not me. Oh my god. Get that ball to that guy. Yes. I found 2 of them, but I just kind of set them down. Because I was like, nah, screw this shit. The main strat is vending machines. Yeah, you can do it that way. I'm greedy, so I'm like, no, my money. Let's see. All right.
さあ願いを言え承知した
Alright, over here I had some gloves that I decided to swap out for. Where did those gloves end up? Not that. Let's see if I can shoot. What? Oh. Ah! If only I could find like 2 more cubes. I didn't do shit. I didn't do anything other than pick you up off the ground. Oh, our thanks for riding me out, Life Forcer. Did you know that raiders can apparently blow up vending machines? I did not know that that was possible. Yeah, apparently. I had no idea. Okay, somebody is going to be joining us. I'm gonna probably say the name wrong, but it's Zrayus. I know, right? I want to blow up a vending machine. Blow up a vending machine. Gotta explode it. Now, I will say though, if you're playing, you better not be spying to see where I am so that you can kill me. I'll be real mad, bro. You know, as mad as I ever get. I kind of hate their mode for video streaming, for what they do to the names. Survivor 0, Survivor 1, what a bunch of BS. I'm also jumping. Yeah, I suppose. Welcome. Do you want to change your role, or do you only want to be a survivor? Did they update it, or is it the same? Oh, that's a good point. Are you ready to go, or do you want to change your desired role and desired map? Oh, that's true. I don't know if you can on the first one. You're good? Alright, they're good. Let's go. Ikimashou! Is... Okie dokie. Here's the Pacific time zone period for anybody in the Pacific time zone knowing region. They're like, oh, you speak English? You must care about Pacific time zone. Well, that's... no, but okay. Pacific and only Pacific, also. Everybody from America is in California, right? Or possibly New York City. Ah! Guess we're going. Guess we're going. Yeah, sure. We'll wait for the next match too. I would let the Discord chatty thingy happen, but unfortunately, for some reason, mine is screwed up and it doesn't work when I'm playing a game or whatever. I don't know, it's just messed up. So what my problem is the only way that I can hear people on Discord is if I put you into my speakers, like my actual, not my headset speakers, but my actual speakers. Because for some reason, Discord and my headset is bad.
Yoroshiku. 君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれるかな。よろしく。
It is a babby cell. What a babby. What a babby this cell is. So terrible. I bet this cell's gonna eat dirt. I set that if I set the output to headphones, then I hear nothing. I can't hear anything at all from Discord. If I set it to default, I can't hear anything. If I set it to my speakers, I can hear, and that's the only thing that works. It's bizarre. If Frank can attest to the fact that I'm not lying, I'm not full of shit. We've both looked at it, it just doesn't work. I don't know.
する遊びは終わり。
Were you there? What can I say? I just don't like mushrooms. Oh. That was just unfortunate for whomever that was. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. You can blow them up! Amazing! Who wants vending machine pizza anyway? Let's be real. Oh, hi, Raider. Thank you. Welcome. I'm trying to kill people. I don't know why, they just keep coming. Hey. A lot of this really is luck. And some moron come over here. Get back to that. So what I found is that if I get ganged up on by the survivors, I have a real bad time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and make sure nobody picks up this guy. Okay, thank you. Thanks for dropping by. You can try. You can try joining. Oh, thanks for the follow. Threat is you. Shit. 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 What? What? I got teleported. What the fuck? What is that bullshit? Bullshit. I really can't take you in a fist fight, so I'm not going to try. Ah! No. If only it weren't so slow to try and do anything. I have no idea. No. I always lose as the raider, though. I did pretty okay, though. I killed so many. There were only 2 left. I thought maybe you guys would come to the blue beacon and just GTFO, but no. Oh shit, you're right. I did not. Because your timing, Wadui. That's why. Alright, I'm pouring the water now. Pouring it now. I unlocked Aqua. Yatta! There we go. I just chugged a bunch of water. The problem is the Raider, you basically have to try and destroy that time machine, because if they start it up, it's instant lose for you. So you're forced into the middle as the Raider, basically. Unless you want to just give up. How do you change the name? You gotta go into, like, your settings or something? I don't remember. Character visual? Obo and I don't remember. It's been, like, months since I changed my name. Was it settings? Options? Yeah. No. Maybe? Having trouble connecting. Mysterious. I know that you can do it, I just don't remember how. Maybe you can't do it if you're in a party. Character creation? Could be it. I need to level up this. Give me less cooldown on that. Oh wait. Please, bug. Let's go. Yeah. You have to completely rebuild your character and name it there, maybe? I don't freaking know. Yeah, they're saying character creation. On the character creation, you gotta remake your model and then you can name it there. Well, we did it right away, if you remember. So if you go over to the haircut person, get your entire body redone, you can change. That's okay. Yeah, we've got somebody else who's trying to connect, so take your time. Go ahead and remake. I don't know what the hell that means, though. I'm not techie enough anymore, I guess. What is NAT? Like, yeah, networking is, like, beyond me. Like, network something terminal, probably. But like, the network side of things is, like, completely outside of my scope. Which is a shame. If I had gotten the opportunity, I kind of wanted to go into the networking. Network address translation? Maybe. We used to work in, like, a computer department, and I kid you not, sometimes things would just not work at random, and we'd be like, solar flares, and then the customer would be like, yeah, okay. And we'd be like, solar flares, just try again, and they would try again, and it would work. Yeah, I saw that you dropped. We're still sitting here, so if you want to hop back in, you can. Nimbus actually travels. OMG. It does remind me, though. Grappling device. Can I change this? Terrible. I want a coffee. Yeah, make a carafe. Well, that sucks though, because I have all this water. What am I gonna do? Alright, cool. Waiting on one more and also coffee making. Hey, we've got. Alright, I'm gonna start up the matchmaking. And readying up might take a little bit of time if we get in real fast. I don't know. I only just equipped it, so we'll find out. Frank says it's real fast. But I don't know. I've never used it. We'll find out. Yeah, the Bulma bike. He likes the Bulma bike. I feel like I'm gonna regret not having the, I don't know. I kind of like the stupid missile, though. I like the stupid missile. Stupid missile is excellent. I use it to blow up buildings sometimes. Yeah, it is. May I enter? Sure. Yeah, we could just have instant games if we get enough people. If you're on PC, you can. Okay, sounds like a plan. Here's the room key. We're a friendly bunch here. Can't? Ah, zanen. Alright. Alright, you two. Sorry it didn't work out. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'll holler. Yay. Kohi kapu, kohi kapu, kohi kapu. Weirdly, this is taking longer with 4 people than it was with 3. It's pretty mysterious. It's weird because it seems like if you have no friends, the matchmaking works better than if you actually have friends. It's weird. They're like you either need no friends or all the friends. No in between. Having like one friend is bearable. That's fine. skill-based matchmaking? As far as I can see, no, because I've seen people as high as level like 75 and as low as level 1 being matched together. I don't know if that's going to be the case for the main game or not, but at current it's just throwing people together willy-nilly, as far as I can tell. Yeah, there's a mysterious dragon tier. I don't understand that. Thank you. Ah, coffee. Yeah, it's not. It hasn't moved. Of course, we're probably like spanning multiple international waters now. What I think part of its real problem. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think part of its real problem though is that it's not so great if you are from different regions, which is silly because, like, if you're playing with people, you'd want to be able to play from multiple regions, but I'm gonna take an allergy pill too. Yeah, the last test, the waiting was really bad, so I think that they've improved it a lot, even though a lot of people are still bitching about it. Is my hair going wild? That's because somebody came by and gave me coffee. Oh my god, dark blue cell. Hold on. There we go. Is that better? We good? Alright. I just drank water, so like you don't even need to. I was taking a painkiller, so I had to. Alright. Whoop. Wow, it feels laggy now. For me. It might be because I looked at another screen for a second. Oof. Yeah. Get out.
危なかった。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Luckily, I've played games for many years, so I remember when games actually used to look like this on purpose. I keep waiting for it to just be like, oh, anti-cheat, you're booted, but it's not the stream. It's actually the game that's behaving this way, which is interesting. Yeah, the game itself is borked. Alright, let's... I don't know how to boost it though.
私の名はセル人造人間だ。
How to? How do? Nope, that's not it. How do? That's not it.
いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
That was not it either. Alright, well.
まずい。誰かやられた。
Shogunai.
救助に行けないか。
Cool. Person whose game is all screwy has a Dragon Ball.
と記念すべき日がやってきた。
よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
I heard somebody, didn't I? Whatever. Yeah, it is the game. It's not me. I think I tabbed out right at the wrong second. Now it's like, oh my god, what are you doing? I'll have to see what I'm doing in a little bit. Fine. Enjoy. Now you gotta get others to give them to you. Somebody went in, but they didn't open the one right there.
An
A? Probably up near the lake.
諦めろ。
He's probably gonna come after me now. Oh, yeah, he's on. Well, you're not knocked down. Maybe that cell is like me and can't see for shit. 4, 5, 6. Do I have any kind of sensor? No.
ドラゴンボールが7つ揃ったぞ。祭壇でシェンロンを呼び出すんだ。
Memory leak? That's possible. I am the host, so it could be my system is trying to compensate for all that also.
そう。たやすいことだ。
スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
Wanna come over here? 'Cause I know
味
I
方が倒れている
dropped
ぞ。救助できない
another
か。
one right here. Right, and then
今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
そう、今度はお前の番だ。共に助けてくれ。
Oh, cool.
ここやばい。
Oh god, I'm stuck. Rip. I'm not holding it to skip. I want to see him blow us up. I was still at like level 1. It sucked. As opposed to me, who did jack all. Alright, with that said, I'm going to try to see what the heck is happening. If it's still screwy in the lobby, then I'll see if I can fix it. And if it's not screwy in the lobby, then it's... yeah, it's still a little screwy in the lobby. Alright, ちょっと待って。ちょっと待ってね。Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna murder this. Okay, now we're gonna try again. Whoop. In a bit? Cool. Let me know when it's time. There, that looks better, right? Yeah, I think that's fine. That looks fine. Delicious coffee. Yeah, Fweeza's easier. Cell sucks. I don't like Cell. I did level 15 Cell though, so even if their counting screws up, it doesn't matter anymore for me, so I'm gonna go back to playing Frieza. I'm not good at either, though. I'm not good at either, but I do enjoy being the Raider. Yeah, it's way better. It's way better. But you know, Twitter gonna be Twitter. People are gonna bitch no matter what.
No.
Ah!
It crashed.
Matchmaking. The connection to the host has been lost.
That was the Raider. It crashed.
I am the host.
Yeah, I was the Raider.
Ah, so ne. Oh, and it booted you from the room too. Damn.
When I say crashed,
The whole game crashed? Oh, that sucks. I'll bet you that that's the anti-cheat. That's what I think they need to work on. The anti-cheat sucks. Yoshi, Yoshi. You know what? I do not care about the map anymore. 7 2 2 1 9 4 7 5. It happens. When a game crashes, there's nothing you can do. The leash. Kohi. The leash. You should tell them what the OGT stands for. What a moron. And some real old, not too terrible crap. That game is not that bad. The Skull and Crossbones is not that bad of a game. It's playable. Don't technically me, it is playable. You can beat Skull and Crossbones even. There is an ending. there is an ending to Skull and Crossbones. Party. Dance. Yeah, I don't remember. I think it's Party Dance Party, but I don't know. I've got 6. We just need 2 more. I think that what happened is another party of 4 was thrown into us. Come on, match. You can do it. By the way, does everybody here know about the hourglasses being actual hourglasses? It's like a feature that I'm really into. I don't know why. Cause they're not good. The animation of them flipping is not great, but I like it. Is it the system time or is it like based on something different than the system time? There you go. Okay. The flipping animation is bad, but I love it. Like, I low-key love it. I don't know. It is. Like, if they... if they slowed it down a little bit. So that it took like maybe 5 or 10 seconds instead of like 2, I think it would be real good. Nothing you can do. Just gotta get an eye. Yeah, if the friends are trying to get the rewards, it stinks. It stinks! One of the things that I think that they did do, I think you're right though, is they put in something to notice if the room died and will reset it for you. Without you having to close out and go back in. I, however, I'm done. I'm done. Levels reached with Self Riza. So even if they, like, are lying about the wording here and it's, like, average, I'm good now. I don't know what Super Attack Evil Explosion is. I don't know. Is it for Piccolo? It's under the what they've changed. Stop underwooding me. I don't fucking know what it's under. Which doesn't tell you anything. No, it would not have. I told you it doesn't. What do you mean it's me? Bullshit. Turd bucket. Can't believe I have to live with this. Hey. You understood me though. Yeah, I like it. Yasashi. Mina yasashi ne. I do too. This stinks. It's like whatever, you're only wasting my time. But if I'm streaming it and then it takes forever, then yeah, it's like, ugh. Come on. Come on. I am too. I didn't sleep well. I think it's the rain rolling in. We're down to 5. So we lost 1. So at least it's moving. I'm tempted to start it, or stop it and start it again. What the hell? They've been queuing for 5 hours and have only gotten 1 game? Dang. Maybe they have adjusted it regionally, and because we're Japan region, it's not so bad for us. Here, I'll go ahead and reset the room so that it can be seen. Try again. I think the priority works even if you're not in a party. I think if you haven't been getting Raider, then the priority does seem to work. Even though it like down in the counter, I don't think the counter is working perfectly. Yeah, it's not. It's not crossplay, and they don't seem to be wanting to add crossplay, which is mysterious. I don't know if not adding crossplay is a good idea for a game that they're charging for just to enter, though. Hydrate! Alright, I'm doing it. Are you doing that, like, literally every time you get 100 points? Is that what's happening? Not that I mind. Keeping me a little bit healthy. 80,000! Holy shit! I see. Well, I appreciate your restraint then. Oh my god, that was craziness. When the 3DS existed, there was actually, even after like it had started dying off, we could still like walk slightly and get like 4 or 5 just in our neighborhood. I remember at one point we took it to Akiba, the 3DS, and we got street passes. And then we would clear them, and then they'd be full immediately again. And we were like, ah, stop! No more street passing. Nothing as bad as what I just had. You must have, because that's actually a problem that they have acknowledged. If you've gone into a shop, or if you've gone into your menu like this, or anything, as you can see, it just resets the time elapsed. So that's why. So if you interact with anything other than like the PCs, or NPCs rather. No, it's one of the things that they've actually acknowledged as an issue. Hey, we got our 8! Yatta! Yeah.
Loading tips, and most of them are fucking garbage.
Whoa. I crashed. This time. Alright, well, have fun playing.
Keyboard also crashed.
Oh no.
And the host been lost.
Oh no!
Breaker. It keeps happening.
Yeah, it's not working out.
The room stayed alive, though.
The room is alive. Alright. Okay.
Me and Gamers Reyes are still in it.
Hmm. Boo.
Ford has to go sleep. Oh, sorry that happened, man. Oh well. If you get the full game, we'll probably meet up again. And for my regulars here, next week is going to be a proper launch stream. Or launch day stream for this. So we can check out the full version. I'll probably try out Boo unless Boo is hidden behind an unlock or something.
What are you doing? Game, you say that you're running, and yet I don't see you.
I'm troll getting the star back up.
What are you doing, game? Do the thing of starting. Crashed pretty darn hard, didn't it?
Putting wheels on computer chairs really sucks, it's true.
We could reset the lobby. I don't like wheeled computer chairs.
We didn't want wheels in the chairs we got, but there's a whole story behind this. We got the wrong chairs, essentially. But they were upgrades. They were more expensive chairs than we ordered, but we wanted sliders and these came with wheels. We wanted two cloth chairs, but one of them came as a leather chair.
So we rock, paper, scissors for who...
Paper, scissors for it, and Seth ended up with a leather chair. She hates it.
I hate it. It's comfy though, but I hate it.
They're very nice chairs. Like, they're great. They're excellent. We actually did horribly helping out. We got the wrong things. And they were like, well, enjoy them, I guess.
Who's the room leader? Kill the room and let's just start a new room. Yeah, the room is cursed, so yeah, you start. Yep. 2 7 1 8 8 5 9 0. Okie dokie. Maybe 3 will be a little bit more lucky. I would like to, but we don't know 8 people that are playing. Yeah, that's true. That's something I think that we could try and figure out off stream, but like I don't understand it. Maybe if I use the USB connector instead of the thingy. Well, I know that my Discord's broken right now, so I'm not gonna try it. I'm not gonna mess around with it at this moment. But you know what? I will do. I am going to. I forgot that this is a problem. Na 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 na.
You got a little like tagging system and emotes and stickers that you use to communicate instead of voice. Like nobody remembers to do it.
There we go.
I was only just figured out how to do it properly.
I'm just gonna copy this over. Just gonna copy this. Just gonna copy this. But it's not. But it's even if I don't set it to the default. It gets all screwy. But that might be it. I'll mess around with it. It's so bizarre. I don't know. Cause I'm not choosing default. I'm choosing actual like output to this. And it's like no. Whatever.
No music.
I have music.
Ready up in silence.
Wow, those gloves look terrible in that pose. What the heck? I wonder how you change that picture. That survivor picture. I wonder if you can. Mine's just so thrilled to be, like, murdered all the time. PC settings on sound device and speakers are set to default for some reason. It can interfere with Discord and my headphones. I'll look into it. I'll look into it, but not now. Not now. A baby Fweeza! Yeah. Hi.
約束でしたよね。地獄以上の約束でしたよね。約束でしたよね。地獄以上の恐怖を見せてあげるって。
I'm bad. I can say I'm bad. Pew.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
It's good to check out that tall building right away. Cool. Whoops. I forgot that I don't have the, that fudge. Okay, I thought there was somebody in here, but there's not.
新しい起動キーだな。
Here you are.
設置を急ぐんだ。
僕助かるの？
よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
Like, back there, Setsume Shimon. Wow, nobody's over here. Alright, see you chumps. I vaguely recall that. Eh? It's moving. I hear you. Ah, I see. You're in here.
誰か本当にありがとう。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
近い。
よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
Well, with any luck, he won't notice me either. Unlike Cell, he can't, like, see through walls or anything, so, That was interesting. Why am I able to see through the wall here? Sometimes, you're right, Frieza can't see the people who are directly in front of his face. It's pretty weird. Oh, peace blocks. Yep, I can take it out.
スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
His eyes that don't work. I'd love to have any amount of charge power besides one. The sass? Yeah. I'm sassy lady. It's me. Cubes! There's only one cube. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. What the hell is that last one? Oh my god.
Now, そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。 誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
ありがとうよ。
Take them. You're better at fighting than I am. Summon them anyway. Oh, I went to the wrong area. It's fine. I know, right? I actually, like, did something that would have theoretically been helpful, and it wasn't in the end.
It's scattered around the map randomly. The Dragon Balls are yeah, I landed directly just past the area, so I just
He might have seen you land there. Oh well, maybe next time. That's true. Playing a raider is way harder than playing a survivor. Playing a survivor, you can suck like me and still win. If you suck as a raider, that's it. Yay! Fast match. I think it's because we had probably 3 different countries going last time. You know what? We're gonna do one is aqua. One is aquabug. Aquabug. Yeah. Cells.
君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれるかな。よろしく。
It doesn't bother me necessarily. No, I'm not annoyed. Why would I be annoyed?
よろしく。
No, why would I be annoyed? Annoyment is for people that are not me. I'm blowing up my favorite area. Yeah. Yep, he is my favorite area. Pretty weird, right? can. I've died as Baby Cell. I kill you because you made a mistake of getting too close.
幸運かもしれんぞ。真の恐怖を知った途端に死ぬことになる。
Damn! You son of a bitch. Oh my god. Stop it. Stop what you're doing. Alright, fine. Jeez. Get out of here. Oh god. Hi. I don't know what that's doing. Anything. No, I'm not charmed by that. Ah! Go. Hey, no. It's a long go. I swear to God, if this reset my... No, I don't want to. No! Son of a bitch. The same thing happened to me. I can't believe it. No thanks. Leave me alone! No! 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 Damn. Ah! I was doing so. You know what? I could have gotten that stupid machine destroyed if... Exactly. Exactly. Because it's the same button to finish somebody off as it is to destroy, which sucks. Nani?
One of the Survivor guys had all the Dragonballs but had no idea what to do with them. So
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, whatever. Ah, woo! It doesn't piss me off, it just makes me happy. Even if it's happening to me. I don't know. I like Yamcha, what can I say? Play one without us. I killed you twice? Yeah. I mean, I'm so sorry. Would you stop? You kill me every time. I don't know why you gotta keep bragging about it, you big jerk. Big jerk. Do 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 do. Do do do. That would have been funny. I'm not gonna lie, that would have been funny. I like playing as a raider, but I never, like, I almost never win as a raider. And then everyone that I've seen, like, talking about are like, Raiders too OP. No, they're fine. Suck at being a survivor less. Yamcha is too OP. Yikes. Big yikes. Bing! Hi! Hello! I like how uninterested you look when you clap. Like, good, good, Wait. Alright, is this person going into the water or not? You water or my water? One of us is water.
こちらトランクスだ。
You're water.
聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
They're right there. The flip. Go away.
りがとう。
You're welcome. Finally!
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
I'm not the last person to get a level 1 charge. Holy shitballs.
Leoyu.
Someone's over there. So I'm gonna go this way, I guess. Frickin' Area E. Give me something here. And I will. There it is. Alright.
よーし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。いいぞ、また起動機が見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Hey, I'm here to help you. I also hope I don't explode like Kuri Rain.
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
F son of a bitch. The key is right here.
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
Yep. I actually had not intended to come to you, but Fine. What the hell?
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
僕、助かるの？
Oh, son of a bitch, I don't want
味
that.
方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
誰か助けて。
いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Alright.
誰か助けて。
Why would I help a child? Alright, fine. Damn child.
みんなどこに？
I was thinking that the raider was gonna come towards me, but oh, hey, nice. Having everybody crowd up over there is a bad idea. Yeah. Making my escape. Waiting. Chest up there, but that person has it. Hey! What the hell are you trying to say? Why are you trash talking me over there? I do. People love to bully me. I don't know why. I'm just always bullied. Very rude. I need to change out this... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try and figure out what the commands for the scooter are. Yep. No bully. Yeah, no bully. No bully. Which is weird.
やばいよ
What? Why? Why can I not just in there?
スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
No. Fuck. That's too late. It's too late to help. Alright, well. This game is not free.
救助できないか。
It's kind of cheap, but it's not free. You can get 5 free follower emotes. Here, take this. Frank Tuber. How about a hydrate? Oh, son of a bitch. Why?
起動システムが破壊されたか。まもなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わり、青い光で示された場所にあるロッタシビーコンへ向かうんだ。
Yeah, I did. That's on me. That's definitely on me. Ah!
それを使って脱出するんだ。
Yep. Love. Yeah, that's true. I think it's like, I've heard it's about 17 pounds, and it's around, I want to say 20 US dollars, and it's around 2,000 yen, so it's kind of in that price range. Hopefully you know one of those currencies. Another hydrate! Another hydrate! Why? Why? Stop it! Oh my god. Okay, hold on. 4. I've got 4 here. Hold on. 1. 2. 3. 4. Got a siphon ticket. And have good posture while I do it. Yeah. Alright, thank you. My posture is checked. But actually I'm gonna recheck the posture when I get back, because now that I've been forced to drink like a bunch of water, my bladder is like, nah. It's time to get rid of the water, so I'll be back. I gotta fix this. Fix this. Gotta fix this. Gotta fix this. Because every time I stand up, this happens. But I like having flowy hair, so I'm not gonna change it. This is just life for me.
There's a lot of black box going on in the beta build here.
There we go. You know, when I made that icon, I was not really expecting it to be a response to overhydrate me. And yet the timing appears to be perfect. It has booted me several times, stupid anti-cheat. It's fine, it's fine. If I really cared, I would remove it as an option, but I don't. So it is, I guess, sanctioned bullying. Kind of like the P-Pay. But my posture's good now. Is that still running? It's not. You know what? I'm gonna be back again, since it's taking a while, because I made coffee. I want the coffee, so be right back. Returned with coffee. See, the game was patiently waiting for me. That's what was happening. I almost just threw the coffee all over my keyboard, but I saved it at the last possible second. Holy shit. Ah! I mean, if one of our keyboards should be destroyed, mine is the older one. Can't believe I almost destroyed everything by throwing my coffee. Holy crap. In like the most stupid possible way, my index finger caught on the lip of my cup and it tilted towards the keyboard. And then I jerked back and my thumb caught the opposite lip and pulled it back to being settled on the desk appropriately. So it's me, a weird, clumsy moron. But now I can enjoy my coffee. It's been like 5 minutes. Alright. 118,000. I'm gonna try and get enough Zenny to do a 10 pull again, just for fun. I wonder what this ring is. This ring necklace. The alternate wind pose is bad. It's so lame. It's so lame. Get angry. Nod. That's terrible. It looks real bad with that hair. Stand by. I kind of like the stand by. Shock. Hey. Thanks. You know what the nice thing about the vehicle skin is? If you use the capsule cases and you end up with a vehicle, you get the blue dragon if you have it equipped, and they run more quietly. So they're quieter than the standard, like, police scooter. I think they're quieter than Bulma's, too. And they're definitely quieter than your feet running. So dragons have whisper feet. Whisper. Whisper can do it. Whisper can do it, but Whisper will not. Whisper. I'm so sad that the first chapter of the new King's Quest was so good, and like the rest of it was so eh. I'm still very disappointed about that. You still cried at the end? Aw, that's sweet. It is difficult to say goodbye to Pun Grandpa. I assume, unless you cried at the epilogue, in which case I can't help you. I can't forgive that. Punpa. Punpa. I made coffee. I made coffee and it was fine. And then I almost destroyed everything with the coffee. But it was fine. And now it is time. It is time to play. Let us play the game. Ouch. Oh, snap. You know what? The next time, because I don't know how to control the boost of the scooter. Hi. Screaming into the void there.
君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれるかな
Yoroshiku. Yoroshiku. Yoroshiku! Alright, fine. Ah! Another hydrate. I'm doing it. I have water for hydration, and I have coffee for beverage I'm enjoying. I mean, I have to counterbalance it somehow. You'll have to tell me what you think is easier. I have, like, kind of shitty wrists, so, like, screwing around with the mouse too much is not so great for me.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
Oh, where the shit are you? Where the shit are you? I hear you. Aha! Found you.
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
Yes, please do enjoy Bloomy for free if you are a follower. Because I managed to get free follower icons and noticed it. And Frank is jealous. Oop. I'm out of here. See you, chumps. Hey, got it. Please not this way. Please some other way. Okay. There's like some sort of weird, rules that seem to be arbitrary that allow you to get free follower emotes. It's like 60 days within 2 years of streaming and then never have any issues or whatever, and you can unlock instant icon upload. And if you have instant icon upload, you can have 5 free ones or something like that. I don't know. Why is my stream flagged 18+? I don't know. Maybe I'm a shitlord who talks too much trash. Maybe it's because I was like... I think it's because it asks, is this for children? And I was like, not really. So it's probably like, okay, no children's. Stop bothering me.
いいぞ。また起動キーが見
Can't
つかった。
believe,
設置に向かうんだ。まずい。誰かやられた。
can't believe
救助
someone
に行け
keeps
ないか。
chasing me down, trying to murder
仲間
me.
が助けを必要としてるぞ。
Oops. Wait, there's cube machines? Hey, I didn't know that. God damn it. I'm fucked.
近い変化
Ah! What? How did I get away? It was only temporary.
近い
Oop, I can go this way. Oh, I couldn't.
よし。新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
Oh, that's you. Okay.
.まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
誰か
Am I doing a hot tub stream? Never. We don't have a hot tub.
助かりました
I could theoretically stream out of the bathtub. But, I don't want to.
いらっしゃいませ。毎度あり。
Slime, please. Oh, that's close.
いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Shall we look at what's going on? I see.
近い
Yeah, I don't think that the ancient Greeks had hot tubs. It would have to go Roman, and I hate the Romans. I hate the Romans on principle. Alright. We've got one left to set. Alright, who has what bowls? I have 2. I know that there's 1 in Area C, kind of where everything's going down.
Yeah, he's like hanging out right
Oh, son of a bitch! Yeah, I transformed. Like a dumbass. Hi.
中央エリアの起動システムにアクセスするんだ。スーパータイムマシン起動まであと少しだ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
You can have him. There's one below us. There's one right here. Where are you? There you go. So that's what? 5? There's 1 in C.
「起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。」
Okay, I'm coming.
脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
Go, go. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Ah, there we go. Let's watch the slime. And George Floyd. Go for it. Maybe they can escape too from the same place. If only they had been a little bit faster to get
そ
here.
れを使って脱出するんだ。
Haha. Couldn't you have built one that seats more than one? Let's not worry about that right now. This keeps happening, Trunks. Maybe you should consider building one that has more than one seat. No. We don't have the funding for that. Alright, the coffee is done. Which is good because apparently I'm a danger with the coffee. Dum-bum. Mikasutamasa koto. Yeah. We just missed the hourglass flip. Zanen. I like the hourglass flip, but it's so bad. I'm gonna just say it a lot, because I enjoy it, but it's terrible. But it's good. Look. That's why you gotta wear the gloves. They're like, buy our gloves, because if you don't, holding on to that time machine's gonna really suck. You're gonna get hit with, time fall or whatever. Your hands are gonna age up. Gregory is clearly the superior backpack. Yeah, gotta keep on keeping on. These colors are bad. Oh no! Ah, son of a gun. Oh well, I'll try to remember again in the future. The game doesn't like you. Wow, what a name. I don't know that he has a complex about it, though. Yeah. Be kind. Good luck. We're rooting for you. Yeah. Board clapping. It's okay. It's okay if you don't do great. Don't worry about it. Just do your best. I mean, you've seen me fail as the raider a bunch of times, so like... You're Cell, so don't try to find people until you've leveled up at least once. Like, find civilians and eat them before you go after players. I guess I shouldn't be helping the enemy, but I'm gonna help the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tips. You can kill somebody as a bug if you get lucky, but if they have charge at all, they're gonna get you. That's just kind of the way it is.
ぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
I love the dragon. Dragon, dragon, rock the dragon.
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
いらっしゃいませ。
Actually,
毎度あり。いらっしゃい店じまい。
now that I know that those actually
新しい起
exist,
動キーが見つかったぞ。
I'm gonna use them.
いらっしゃいませ。
No, not those. Oh snap. New.
もう大丈夫かな。
大丈夫か。
いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
Wow. I only have charge level 1 too. Like, nobody has a lot of charge. Very trash. That's true. Gotta go to the center and blow up the machine. I don't know if you're listening at all, though.
Yeah. 仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
Knowing that our raider was a bevy, I decided I was just gonna go on a Dragon Ball hunt. I only got 3 of them. Nice try, though. You couldn't find it? It's in the center. It's in the center. If I don't know if, like, there's, whatever the menu button is, you're using keyboard now, right? What's the menu button on the keyboard? M? I have no idea. Maybe it says it. Key bindings. There's a button that you can use to look at the map, and it's area X that you need to get to. Enter? Then yeah, that should, if you get lost again like that, because the maps are a little confusing, especially when you're still new to it, then like just go to the button. Hi. You can just go to the bat. Yeah, that's not bad. 2 kills is not bad for your first go at it. Waiting for all members to return from the game. Somebody has to stop looking at their shiny medals. Oh, we lost someone. Ah, okay. We might be broken. No one is still in the game? I don't think so. Stop someone from escaping via the pod thingy. That's nice. That's some good aim. I'm not good at that. Like, alright, the room is dying because it needs to be rebooted anyway. I'll start up the room this time. Yeah, I'll host the room this time. Nine 6005664. There you go. Alright, I'm gonna sit here and wait. You can rejoin, of course, if you need to, or if you want to. I don't remember. I think I was in area D when you started blowing it up. I think I was riding a dinosaur around in there. And then I had a pod summoned, so I summoned a pod and I got out. I don't know if anybody was still in area D when it got blown up or not. Yeah, that's hard sometimes. Your favorite Dragon Ball streamer is Poggers? Just kidding. I know what I'm doing. I'm not a fool. I'm not a moron. I'm not a big dumb. Don't bully me. Do I mostly play Dragon Ball games? No. I don't. This is like the only Dragon Ball game that I play, to be honest. Frank, though, he plays a lot more Dragon Ball games than I do. In fact, he's the one who likes the Dragon Ball. You want to see me play as Freezer? But I suck at it. If I get to be the bully next time, I will be Frieza. No. I did sell last time because I was like, I finally unlocked Aqua Bug. I want to be an Aqua Bug. Is this everybody that's joining in? Oh no, I think we have one more. Could be wrong. Oh my gosh. So I work with elementary school kids in my normal life, right? And a lot of them, not a lot of them, but I've got one kid who now like regularly, because I play rock scissors paper with them a lot, which is rock paper scissors but in the Japanese order. And so I play rock scissors paper with them a lot. And so like I've got one kid that's always like rock scissors paper, 1, 2, kamehameha, and I'm all like, ugh, you got me. I know, right? Is that everybody, or we're waiting for wind, right? Should we do one without her? All right, let's do one without her. I don't know how long her computer takes to reboot. Anyway, yeah, if you actually want to see Dragon Ball games, you should check out Frank. Yeah, I'm shilling you because he has a YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel has like a lot of Dragon Ball gameplay on it. A lot of them are old and terrible. But if you are into Dragon Ball games, you should check them out. Because this is the only one that I play. This is the only Dragon Ball game that I play, so. Fighters and Xenoverse 2. I haven't played either of them. I haven't played either of them. Like I said, this is the only Dragon Ball game that I play. No, that's not true. I did play what's the one that was the phone game with the balls? The like puzzle ball breaking. Dokkan Battle. I played Dokkan Battle for a while. Not for a long time, but for a little while. Maybe like a couple of months. Yeah, Dokkan. But I stopped playing. I stopped playing because I was like, eh. Eh. Also, if you want to, like, listen to somebody who actually knows stuff about Dragon Ball, that's him. I don't know shit about Dragon Ball. I watched first, like, the base series Dragon Ball with him, and then I watched Dragon Ball Super with him, but I don't know shit about Z, and, like, I can't follow the lore very well, and, like, I don't know. Like, it's difficult for me. The lore of Dragon Ball Z, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know. I'm here for the jokes. I'm here for bad jokes. That's what I like. Look, I'm pretty confident that Toriyama is friends with Yuji Horii, and then they're just like, let's shitpost. Let's shitpost, and then they, like, have a shitpost fight, and it's fun. So I'm here for that. I'm here for the, like, old man jokes. It took me like 5 minutes there in my brain to figure out what the hell Patara were. Are you calling me an old man? Are you calling me an old man? How dare you? Actually, as a kid, I hated Dragon Ball. I hated it. I hated it because there were a lot of people that loved it and like would not shut up about it. I was just like, "Ugh, shut up! I don't care. I don't like your stupid show." I was that way with Pokemon too. I didn't like Pokemon until like after college. Because I was a hipster, so if anything was popular, I hated it. That was me. That was me. I was that shitlord. That was me as a youth. My taste is too refined, or whatever. I know, right? I was terrible. I was a horrible person, and now I'm just having fun. Look, you get older and you become better, or you get older and you become worse. But I think I didn't. I think I became better. I hope. I hope. But yeah, like, as a kid, I was like, nah, I ain't into it. Well, not only that, but, like, I didn't have cable, so it's not like I could really give it a chance. And so I only ever saw it when I was at my friend's house. And at that time, it was only Z. And it was just, like, dudes punching each other all the time with no jokes. It was sucked. I was like, who likes this? This is bad. This is terrible. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if I would call this redemption, but I guess this could theoretically be my redemption arc. But I mean, let's be honest. Dragon Ball Z took itself way too seriously. It took itself way too seriously. And for Dragon Ball, the few bits of the first Dragon Ball I saw were the, like, old crappy ass dub. So, like... But you know what other show people liked that I didn't like? That probably gives me more hipster points, unfortunately. I really didn't like Gundam Wing. I thought that was terrible. And everyone was like, yeah, Gundam Wing. I was like, nah. Not into it. But again, I didn't have cable, so I could only see, like, a few bits and pieces of it. As it turns out, Gundam Wing is one of the worst Gundams. So now people have joined my side. Gundam Wing? 5 minutes meme? What? Oh, yeah. Original Dragon Ball was definitely better. Like, when Frank started making me watch them, he's like, no, Dragon Ball has jokes and you're gonna like it, so you're gonna give it a chance. I was like, okay, but we're gonna watch it in sub, because I cannot handle the dub. He was like, okay, fair enough. And then we finished Dragon Ball, and then he was like, okay, but I'm not gonna make you watch Z. I was like, okay, thank goodness, because I don't know that I can handle it. And we watched Super mostly when it was actually on TV here. So, I don't know how they translated Super. I assume it was fine, though. Making matches. It has been 7.5 minutes. There is no more running around in this place that I can do. Yeah. 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 Oh my gosh. Nope. Yep. Oh my god. That is quite the story. But I gotta be honest with you. I didn't like SpongeBob. I still don't. All of my friends really loved SpongeBob, but I was like, I do not see the appeal. I don't get it. It seems like it, like, yeah, that must have been fun to make, though. Oh, it must have been a blast. Her. What was the other one that people really liked that I did not? Ren and Stimpy. I don't know why, but like a lot of kids liked Ren and Stimpy, and I was like, this sucks. This is terrible. I think they were like, ooh, it's so edgy, or whatever. So edgy for being gross. And I was like, this is just gross, and it sucks. I don't know. I'm not into it. Around that same time period, like, Beavis and Butthead came out, and, like, I don't know anybody who liked Beavis and Butthead. Not a single person, but it was on TV for like, years. It was ridiculous. Maybe the adults at the time were watching it or something. I'm too old. I'm too old for One Piece, sadly. I was never watching TV when it came on. So I don't know. I hardly know anything about it. I know that it's like the main character is Luffy D something or other. I don't know what the D stands for, but I'm gonna guess danger. I know that there's a little reindeer guy that can turn into a big buff reindeer guy if he eats a demon fruit. And that's about all I know. That's what I know about. Luffy is stretchy arms or stretchy body, just stretchy. He's stretch man. That's what I got. Monkey D Luffy. Okay. D doesn't stand for anything that anybody knows. Okay, cool. The D stands for danger, right? The D has to stand for danger. Or possibly daring. Danger or daring. It has to be one of those two. There are plenty of kids here that still like One Piece, but I think it's starting to fall out of favor. Like if I ask kids, but you know what is still popular? It has been popular for years and years and remains popular to this day is Doraemon. Children love Doraemon. Lied to us about Luffy's powers? How? Is Luffy not stretchy? Is Luffy secretly not stretchy at all? You've never heard of Doraemon? That makes sense. Doraemon's not exactly exported. That's like most people haven't heard of Sazaya-chan either. But that's like one of the longest running anime, like, ever. My kids are always like baffled that I like Kitty-chan. I mean Hello Kitty. They're like, what? I'm like, she's cute. They're like, okay. I love Hello Kitty. I should really go to Sanrio Pro Land one of these days. But I don't go anywhere anymore. Thanks, coronavirus. Thanks, COVID. Thanks, SARS-2. Whatever you want to call it. Doraemon is a cat robot with a magical miracle pocket. His power is not rubber, it's similar to rubber, but it's actually one of the legendary fruits that the government tried hiding or something. What the heck? What? We're stopping the matchmaking to get one more person in. And then we only have to pick up 2. Alright, let's freaking go. Doraemon does not have ears, but he did have ears once, and he was cute then, and, like, usually he's not cute. The lack of ears makes him very uncute. And he's owned by, like, just a normal-ass kid with no powers. He's not special, he's not smart, he's not strong, he's nothing. Sing mode. Alright. And so I don't know much about Doraemon. And yet, all my kids love Doraemon. He's easy to draw. And he has a little bell on his collar. It's iconic. There is a famous alarm clock of Doraemon that you can still buy in Big Camera. I saw it when I was young. Someone who lived in Japan had gotten it when they were here and brought it back to the US. And that was how many years ago? I don't know. Maybe 20. This song sucks to sing to, in my opinion. But now Doraemon's blue, blue like me and you. Singing's really hard when I'm talking about Doraemon because I have nothing more to say about him. Apparently his miracle pockets can hold all kinds of things. Oh, and I know that the boy has a best friend who's very large in the body, and that boy's name is Giant, and he wants to be a singer. But that's all I know about him. I think he's a kind person too. But other than that, I know no more than you. What anime do I like? Well, let's see. I like... When I was young, of course, I watched Sailor Moon. And I've watched Inuyasha. What else have I seen? I like Cardcaptor Sakura. But the one that I really like now is Natsume Eugene Cho. But I don't really watch that much right now. I guess the current running one that I watch is Spy Family, but we are not caught up with it. There's some new episodes that we haven't watched, but all of the kids love Anya. Anya's very cute. Dum bum ba dee dum ba dee da da dum. Ba-dum-bum-bum. I don't know anything about it. La-dee-da-dum. Yes, I did know Spy Family Season 2 is out, because I watched all Season 1, but not Season 2, which is why I'm behind on it. It's something I'll watch when I'm tired after work, but right now I'm trying to finish Korean dramas that I started watching for no reason. Korean dramas are pretty interesting, but dumb. I don't know, they're kind of silly, but I like them. I don't quite understand the appeal, even though I'm watching them. La-dee-da-dee-dum. Ma-da-dum. Oh, and I also want to finish watching Dragon Quest Legend of Dai. We have watched maybe the first episodes, maybe 5 of those. But then we stopped. I don't know why we stopped, but we stopped and stopped. I don't know why, but we can pick up from where we left off. I don't know anything about horror in Dead by Daylight. Is it zombies? Is it monsters? I don't know. I don't know. How much longer do I have to sing to this stupid song? Boy, does it stink. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't want to sing to this anymore. Is it done? Okay, thank goodness. Yikes. Alright. Hydrate, thank you. Ugh. Sing mode is sometimes activated at a good time, and like sometimes it's activated at a poor time, and like I'm running out of things to say because we've talked about basically everything that I can think of to talk about while waiting for matches. It's been like, what, 20 minutes since we've seen a match now? Oh, really? Maybe we should let somebody else join our room, and then we can only search for a single person. Maybe that will go faster. You want in? It's not like our match is gonna happen anytime soon. Does Xenoverse 3 exist? You know what? I'm kind of looking forward to like edgy Dragon Quest. I know it's dumb, but I'm kind of looking. I want to see what Yuji Horii thinks is edgy. But it's Japan, so they're not really gonna, like, blink twice at it either. It's gonna be like, yeah, that tracks. Especially if they, instead of being, like, the number 3, they, like, just use the word written out, T-H-R-E-E, 3, right? And they'll just be like, okay, so they stuck some cool English on there, and that's fun. Or you could call it, like, Xenoverse Try. Xenoverse Trace. There you go. Figured it out. .5 minutes. Yikes. Big yikes. It's weird that the more people that you have, that the harder it is to get a match. That's the other thing is, like, Bandai Namco hates sharing regions for some reason. I don't know. I don't get it. Don't get it. They're like, nah, if you live in Japan, you need to buy the Japanese one only. And I'm like, no. I don't want to. I don't wanna. Japanese ain't good enough. Although, I did buy Japanese language Dragon Quest X offline. And I'm playing it very slowly, and I can understand a good chunk of it, so I think I'm doing okay. But the nice thing about Dragon Quest is that they have an option so you can turn on Furigana, which is the little hiragana assistance, so that you can see what the kanji are supposed to read as. So I can understand the meaning of some of the kanji. And then I don't know all of them. And, like, some of them I know as kanji only, and some of them I know as, like, reading only. So between the two, I can kind of make out what's going on. But eventually we're gonna get into, like, some specific to the game language that I'm gonna just be completely lost on. If you finish Dragon Quest X offline, you can link into your online game, apparently, with some bonus or something. I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care, because I'm not going to buy the online. And then you get to make your character. That's true. Does anyone want to join us? Want to play? Should I stop and then try again? Join us. Join us. Join us. match. Yeah, if you could bring in friends, that would be cool. I'm gonna queue for a little bit and tell them, but let me know. Let me know if anyone actually wants to hop in, and I will stop the queue. Cool, cool. Just say the word and I'll stop it, because it's not like it's working. No, that wouldn't do it. It's because the more people that you have, I think what it's trying to do is it's trying to find a group of 2. I think it's because it like suspects that people that are together are probably talking to one another, and so it doesn't want to have. I would guess that they don't want to have people screwed up like that. So they're probably, if you are in a group, I think they look for other groups, but I don't know that for sure. That's just my theory. That's my conspiracy theory, but it doesn't matter because we managed to matchmake finally. So maybe our room just broke. And while it resets your room if you have, like, only one friend with you, or, like, it's just you, it doesn't seem to reset it very well when it's multiple people in the room. I don't know. It's weird. Bizarre. But whatever.
To be fair, I had priority 6.
We already lost somebody.
Lost my 5. Don't worry, I'm playing a
よろしく。本物のバカだ。
Gotta power up as a bakada. Bakada. We bakas are morons and we like it. Yeah. Like it with me. Also, no.
You don't help with her, yeah.
Hi.
You solar flare again.
I will say though, I'm impressed with our connection.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
I would have thought that... No, I don't... Wait, well, I guess I'll climb this stupid building again. I hear you. I don't see you, though. Where, oh, where, oh, where? Where, oh, where, oh, where? Ata. EAC?
いらっしゃいませ。
Is that their, anti-cheat? Because the anti-cheat sucks.
まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。助けてくれ。
Yeah, easy anti-cheat. Yeah, I don't know why, but it boots you at random sometimes.
Can't believe that just happened.
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
誰か誰か助かった。
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
Anti-cheat kicked one of our team. Which stinks extra after like 20 plus minutes of waiting for a game to do. Boy, we're doing real poor.
Nobody around. Oh, but I did it anyway.
よーし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
It's hard not to talk too much, knowing that somebody around here is a danger.
Must まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
No.
脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わった。起動キーの設置は諦め、脱出して構わない。青い光で示された場所に呼び出しビーコンがある。急いで向かってくれ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。ドラゴンボールが7つ揃ったぞ。祭壇で線路を呼び出すんだ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
No. I think you could have chosen to be immortal, right?
Perfect cell versus level 4. Let's go. I like the cat one.
Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, they've got like an easy anti-cheat program that they've bought for this or whatever, but it's bad. Oh, we missed the hourglass. We missed the hourglass flip again. Alright, they're back. Is anybody else joining us, or is it just this? Same anti-cheat as DVD. Just gonna keep bringing it up, huh? I don't know what it does. I know nothing about it other than it occasionally makes your game crash. No response? Alright, let's just go. Shoot. I think while we're waiting for matching to happen, I'll be right back. Because I assume it's going to take a while again. Banana half. Banana. Banana. A lot of the kids here like Minions too. I totally just threw my peel on the floor. I'll be back. Your game crashed? Uh-oh. I still blame the anti-cheat. Well, let me know when you're back, and I will stop the matchmaking. Loading in now. Alright. Nope. Oh, that reminds me. I've been wanting to change this stupid skill. Back to my grappling device. Do 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 ba da dum na dee 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 da 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 dum dee da 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 do da da dum ba da 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 la da dee da 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 bum ba da 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 dee da da dum. Look at them clouds. So many clouds. Shenron is very slightly moving. Also, you can see one whisker over there, kind of like dancing behind the mountain. Hey. I assume they're gonna have a tracker at least for the egg. Like a tracker skill. For Boo. But we'll have to see. But that's next week. Not this week. Why did I stutter all of a sudden? I thought maybe it was like gonna actually get somebody into our party because I was stuttering, but no. Why am I stuttering? I really think that another big part of the queuing issues is gonna be because of international party making. Which, I don't know, why would you make that a problem? Why not work on that? Alright, we're just gonna wait for a little bit. Not listen to that song.
Actually, you know, come think of it, no, we can't do that. And then Augie's like, by the way,
Let's see if they've said anything. Nope, they're just talking about the Nat stuff. It's not helpful. Hey, there we go. $4? No, that's not true. Why do you think it's gonna end in 4 hours? It's not ending in 4 hours, it ends tomorrow. Yeah. 4 hours plus 24 is about correct. It's like 28 hours.
very fun.
So don't worry. Don't worry about it. Like, you still have time. There's still time. It's like, I know I mentioned this yesterday. But there's a 3-day weekend here in Japan. And so like Monday is a national holiday. So I'm pretty confident that even though they're like, oh, it's last minute testing, that they had planned to do a beta this weekend for like the entire time. This is my my personal conspiracy theory, which I'm pretty confident is one of those, because you know when you have conspiracy theories, you're right occasionally, right? So
なんちゃってなんちゃってよろしく
I'm gonna blow you.
一番の目的は
Yeah, so anyway. I've been there. I've gotten the date wrong before. But yeah. So, don't worry about it. We have another day after this. No, about like 28 hours.
聞こえるかスーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置しスーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ 起動キーが見つかったな設置に向かってくれ いいぞまた起動キーが見つかった設置に向かうんだ
This way, baby cell. Nope. Oh shit. You're transforming. I am that. Cell seems to be in area D. Oh, cool. You blew up the area that sucks to find the key in. No, wait. You blew up D. My bad. I thought you blew up B. Whoops. I love my stupid little dragon. What's press both sticks in? Oh yeah. I hear so. I'm not ready. And yet...
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
Did you see that though? That dragon sunk like a freaking stone. He is right next to... I was gonna go help that person, but I guess not. I am not just as bad as Mario. I didn't jump him down a hole.
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。味方が倒れていると救助できないか。
動画風風剣
ってやる。
悪いな。
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
やってやる。
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
行くよ。近いな。
Alright, it's fine. Cell did not manage to stop us at all. Yep. Go Frank. Showing off a stupid pose. What a poser! Ah 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 ah. Ah ah. Ah ah ah. Ooh woo indeed. Ooh woo. Not a woo, a ooh woo. A woo! It's pretty good though. I really thought that when Frank was over there at the pod that he was going to grab that cooldown drink and use it and get back into the fighting, but then he didn't. So I did. Maybe he didn't see it. His eyes are pretty bad after all, which we've seen when he was Frieza. I hear a military air vehicle out the window. We're close enough to one of the bases that we see them flying around quite a bit. Another hour or two? Wow! That is really early in the morning for you, yeah. Oh, we got our match. Well, it totally makes sense if you gotta peace out for sleeping. Oh, that makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense. I've got no excuses. My sleep schedule just kind of... No reasons. I am not reasonable.
君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。約束でしたよね。地獄以上の恐怖を見せてあげるって。
はーい。Hey. Big jerk. Look me in the eyes. I can't. Hello? Hello? Good thing we've got the light turned on, or this would be very painful. Excuse me. Yahoo! Alright, there we go.
スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置しスーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
みんなどこに
Why nobody ever come for the child? Why is it always me?
ありがとう。
The dragon also sinks like a stone. That Frieza's not having much luck. That's true.
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
I'm coming for you.
ありがとう。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
This freaking map, dude. Whoops. Give me that.
よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
Stand away.
危なかった。
It was Abunakata.
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
いらっしゃいませ。
二度と復活できによ。
I made the mistake, so I'm dead. That's it, I'm out. I made the mistake of pressing the Y button and eating a senzu bean like a dummy. Like a big dumb. I did the thing that I tell people not to do. I did it. I'm glad that one was the key too. Yeah, I made mistakes. You missed. Can't believe that actually hit. Holy shit.
救助に行けないか。
やばいよ。
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
It's not too bad being dead because then you can see the perspectives of everybody,
救助
right?
に行けないか。
Wow, like it got implanted into the cliff and into the barrier that you can't go beyond. I think that seems to be a bug. Yeah? At least my sacrifice was not in vain.
Yeah, thanks for those supplies, Trunks. Dropped right somewhere where they couldn't be opened, you motherfucker.
Hydrate. You want water? It's right here. Ah, there we go. I hydrated. Thank you. Let's make a match. Near, 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 near. You might have somebody? Alright. Bring him in. Join the party. Come along and join the fun and all our company. MICKEYMOUSE. That song in Japan only has lyrics that go Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse, Mickey, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse, Mickey, Mickey Mouse. That's it. That's the entire lyrics. It's bad. Oh. Afk. Alright, well, let's just match without him. Let me know if they come back. What do you mean why? I don't know. I don't know why. It's just what it is. They could be bothered to make Japanese lyrics. Oh, okay. I really like that stupid blue face icon. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I like it. It's so good. Now every time I see it though, I'm gonna think, I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, ay. and look, it fits. I've got a blue house with a blue window. Even the time is a little blue. It's more green. It's teal. Teal is a word I should probably teach my kids. Well, anyway, just say the word when it's if he gets ready to join us, and I will stop. Hold on. Hold on. ちょっと待って。I got you covered.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
I'm blue dabba dee dabba. No problem. I'm a pal. It's me. Willing to censor myself with please no. Four minutes. Hydrate. Aw, man. Alright. Hydrated. By the way, can you guess what my favorite color is? Green? No, it's not green. It's guessing on par with my elementary school children. Green. No, it's not green. It's not green. No. Purple? No. Good try, though. Is it water? Watercolor. Yeah. But no. But maybe. But no. It's not my ultimate favorite, but I really do like it. Teal? No. Hydrate. Are you kidding me? Alright. I like teal. Teal's nice. Especially if the water is teal, then it's like freaking gorgeous, but that's not my favorite color. Aquamarine? Nope. Hydrate is my favorite color. Holy shit, 3 of them. I shouldn't have helped you. Ugh. Alright. All three have been sipped. No, my favorite color is midnight blue. The one that's like slightly darker than navy blue. That almost black blue is my favorite. I appreciate that. I do appreciate it. Even though I whine about it. You know what though? If it's gonna take this long, I'm thinking about stepping off for a little bit to go get a munchie. So I'm gonna let this queue for a little bit and I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Alright. Once, oh my god. How dare you. Once this match is over, then I will leave it so that they can come in. I'm sorry. I was away preparing food.
I'll say that.
What was it that I got killer again? Really?
No, I say that, but that's the kill gimmick. She has to talk every single time.
Don't be mad.
Definitely not upset about me constantly like time kept going.
Definitely not mad. Why would I be mad? Why would I ever be mad?
約束でしたよね。地獄以上の恐怖を見せてあげるって。君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。
Oh, pardon me. My goodness.
We had like dark blue stuff earlier.
約束でしたよね。約束でしたよね。地獄以上の恐怖を見せてあげるって。
5 seconds before freezing things.
I'm not mad. What are you on about? I'm not mad. Oh my god. I am, however, very
恐怖の
cute.
ショーを始めようか。
Look at my little teal head. I ain't mad.
「ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい」
持っておらん。
ま、いいでしょう。さあ、行きましょう。ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。礼を言いますよ。あそこですね。
Oh my god, I can't do that. What the hell?
ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。礼を言いますよ。頼みましたよ。
やってやるぜよ。ありませんからね。
Were you in D?
見せてやろうか。
I guess he was in D. Thanks for saying that out loud.
行け。
Oh my god.
行くぞ。海王剣。
Let's see. Anyway, I'm not very good at playing the Raider. I figured there was somebody. I didn't know about the Dragonballs though. Well, well. Huh? What happened? What's going on? What's going on? What's so funny? What happened? Where the hell were they? Three golds, one flat, and a silver. I see. Well, anyway, so that's me as Freezer. Not bad, right? I do better as Frieza than I do as Cell usually. Not always, but usually. But not quite. Almost, but not quite. So your friend's going to be able to join us, or... Oh, I do need to use... Whoop. That's not what I wanted. Yep, okay, cool. That's 1 plus 1. One more, one more. One more, one more. One more, one more. I assume it's kind of hard to get a full wipe if someone just hides and then escapes. Yeah, it is. Getting a full wipe is really difficult. Only just installed it. Okay, well then I'm gonna try matching because I should probably do the tutorial and stuff too. I don't know if it's for the first time or not, but they say my other friend has just installed it, which I'm going to assume is for the first time, so. I'm pretty pleased with how that round went, to be honest with you. OMG. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll share that on Frank's Discord a little later too. I don't think anything's gonna be as funny as his like complete failure to see that person in the cave though. That was amazing. Let me know if your friend gets like ready to queue before we make our match, and I will cancel this match and let them in. I'm eating my noodles, but I just splashed myself in the eye with noodle juice. Yikes. He's gonna go walk his dogs first. Alright, that makes sense. Gotta take care of the pets. The pets are important members of the family. Like children, you need to attend to pet needs, or they get very, very insistent. Like, hey, 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 hey. Don't mind me, I'm just eating lunch real fast here. Nope. I'm not eating mochi. I'm eating cup noodle. Steam must be one of the platforms where the average wait time is a frickin' lie. They know it's a lie on some of the platforms. This must be one of them. Hey! Alright. Let's go. I'm almost done eating too. Hooray!
どうした？まだかな？すごいのをお見舞いしてあげるのに。君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。こっちか？違う。
Hooray! I finish eating just in time.
バカだね。おとなしく震えてりゃよかったのに。
Ow! Eat that. Eat that. All right. White screen, please.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや
This
必要な
map
物
is
資の転送
moderately
が完了している
glitched.
起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
誰かいないか。助かった。
There we go.
誰かいないか。
Yeah.
いらっしゃいませ。
Oh my god.
誰かいないか。
Just as annoying as real life.
礼を言う。
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
ドラゴンボールをお出しなさ
Oh, this isn't good.
い。おやおや、これは失礼しましたね。今のはほんの挨拶なりだ。こんなことはサイヤ人にだってできる。
よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Yeah, I had to give up the Dragon Ball, but I feel like it was the right play. I kind of get the feeling that this Frieza might have a Dragon Rider.
Watashi, 助かるの？
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
Were they up here? Or were they not up here? Whoop, okay. There's a wall there. Good to know, good to know.
誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
Ah, don't do that. The raiders on top of you. Do not use the Senzu bean on yourself.
よし、新しい移動機が見つかったぞ。中央エリアで起動システムにアクセスするんだ。スーパータイムマシン起動まであと少しだ。
Wow. Less than ideal.
.まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
お待たせしましたね。第2回戦といきましょう。
まずいね。やりく
仲間が助けをしようとしてるぞ。
Rude.
今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
Well, let's just watch as this goes south.
.起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。
動画風風剣。海王剣。
脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。脱出用タイムマシンが帰還した。呼び出しビーコンでもう一度呼び出せるぞ。
Well, this time it might not be. It might not be Frank who's dead. It might just only be me.
脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
And also 4 others. Bye. 'Yeah, we really weren't ready for the time machine to come up, in my opinion. All right. are indeed. Keeping on, keeping on. Alright. I'm gonna deal with some garbage. Yay! Be right back. I dumped that Dragon Ball in the village because I figured you had a radar wind.
That's the other reason I thought about, like, I know, like, opposite of something else, like,
I should probably. Yeah, 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 yeah.
if I was in a position to actually fight at that point, I would have tried. I think I was at like still at charge 0.
How did you know that I had dumped a ball in the village, Frank? Ah. Is it just me or does Shenron just have like one giant tooth? I don't see multiple teeth, I just see the one big tooth. You missed nothing. What do you think, Frank? Does Shenron have more than one tooth? Alright, cancel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. The anti-cheat, we'll never know. Farmer digs up Dragon Balls.
They always know who you are. I really kind of hope they do that they port him over from like Xenoverse 2 specifically and give him his ability to force use of the game.
Oh. Stretch. Okay, I'm stretching.
君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれるかな。私としたことがいささか大人げなかったか。
Yeah.
Yeah, I do appreciate Chi Chi actually using the Chi Chi hair. Yeah, definitely.
Maybe we might have lost someone. We'll see. Friday Japan or Friday
こちらトラン
US?
クスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
I'm like
起
surrounded
動
by
キーが見つかったな。
I'm
設
not
置に向
near
かって
any
く
of
れ。
them. Epilepsy. Oh shit, I have the shoe equipped. I don't know how to use the shoe.
.いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
What? Where the hell are you? This is kind of annoying because I really want the missile to exist.
.仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。よーし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。
We need to find one more Dragon Ball.
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
いらっしゃいませ。
体が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
Go away. Go away. Go away. Well, apparently they're gonna be stupid. Getting fucked by our own people.
脱出用タイムマシンが帰還した。呼び出しビーコンでもう一度呼び出せるぞ。まずい、誰かやられた。一緒に行けないか。
What a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-dum. Getting off in 20 minutes? Alright. That makes sense. When you gotta sleep, you gotta sleep. It might be broken. Oh, somebody. Yeah, I'm gonna kill the room. Yeah, I powered it up so I could equip it without having, trunks equipped. Not trunks. Yeah, trunks. Yep. Is that everybody? Ah, indeed. Yeah, we are missing one. But it doesn't matter, I'm not the leader anyway. They're both very cranky little plushes. Okay, time to go. You got one last person? They've loaded up the game? Hey, back us out. Can we play with everybody? That would be awesome. Instead of sitting around and queuing hell. Do 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 Yikes! I get the feeling though that if we had even one person wanting to be the raider and everybody else was set to I don't care, that person who chose to be the raider would always be the raider. But like, I think it's better to rotate. Boots and cuts and boots and cuts, boots and cuts and boots and cuts. This is not a very boots and cuts song.
いらっしゃいませ。
Are they coming? He's having trouble, apparently. Yep. We're still sitting. Yay! Yeah, I think this is probably going to be their first. Yatta! If we have all 8, we can instantly go. You have to do it in character creation. Ouch. I don't... Does it not let you in the initial character creation?
Can, but it's not like clear.
I think I did it in the initial character creation. What happened to my thing? Where did it go?
Well, we got to do this once at least.
Haha. None of your sleeve nonsense. Hi, Wind.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンが必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
誰か助かった。
いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
助けてください。助かりました。
Yeah, I'm in big help. Why are there so many boxes in your house, dude? What the heck? You planning on moving out and then this happens? Did you just move in and then this happens?
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
I won't let that be an option, but it's just like, oh, I'm really prohibitively.
よーし。新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
助けてくれ。助かった。
ーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
No, I cannot save them. I'm busy. I'm really kind of disappointed that missiling Cell in the face there did not kill him. Or did not hurt him at all, rather. Did not kill him.
ドラゴンボールが7つ揃ったぞ。祭壇でシェンロンを呼び出すんだ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
さあ、ね、その願い叶えてやる。
All of us who are knocked down are totally screwed. Yeah, it was good. Not bad at all. Except for apparently Frank lost connection to host, so that's kind of fun watching. I kind of got screwed, but whatever. It's fine. The Vegeta wouldn't let you move? Yeah. And you're the room leader. Still. OMG, don't be like that. OMG. Like, that's so, like, totally, like, rude. Like, I can't even believe, like, that you would say, like, something like that. Like... No, our room is full. I'm out of the room. Because... everybody should leave that room because that room is broken. We're... Alright, yeah. Like, totally, like, everybody should, like, totally join my room now. It's, like, 5, 4, 4, 7, 2, 2, 3, 9. And, like, you should join me, because it's, like, fun. It's, like, gonna be, like, lots of fun. You should, like, totally join us. I'm gonna stop talking like this now. I'm gonna, like, totally, like, stop talking, like this, like, eventually, like, I'll get annoyed eventually, like, it's for sure. We have one more coming, right? She's in loading hell. Gotcha. Anyway, congratulations on murdering me. Let's go.
Someone else joined in, apparently.
Oh, wind isn't here? Oh, you're right. Oops. We've got more people than we have spots now. Yikes. Amazing.
You're a real guy.
What? I'm bad? Oh, okay. If it's not me, I don't care.
よろしく。本物のバカ、本物のバカだ。本物の本物、本
Stop
物、
that.
本物の本物のよろしく。
Some junior senior.
Ow.
君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれる。
I bit my undertongue. See what happened. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you fix your Discord someday, you can go over on.
Never.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
Well, our cell is already lucky. Wow, we are super unlucky. Holy beans.
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
ここなら大丈夫。もう大丈
夫。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Oh my god.
中央エリアで起動システムにアクセスするんだ。スーパータイムマシン起動まであと少しだ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。誰か。
感謝します。
起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。
Oh my god. Yep, it was me. He got me. It's fine. I'm already out.
脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
I hadn't paid attention. I thought Zone A was still there. I tried to run to Zone A. Didn't work.
Going to be an individual release to start out with, and I assume they'll probably add
Because? Oh. Yeah. Oh, you're out? Alright, hold on a second. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. Thanks for joining us. Good night. Sweet dreams. Good day, whatever. Huh? Oh, sorry. Yeah, our room was full.
Yeah, it would be really helpful if that's hey, think about this. But maybe then we're not doing things.
I'm sorry.
君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私君が私君が私君が私君が私君が私の君が私君が私の君が私の君が私
This is the last game for
君が私君が私君が私君が私君が私の君が私の君が私の君が私君が私君がI
appreciate you having joined in and playing with us for so long today, by the way. Hope you've been having fun. Oh my god.
Rambling noises intensify.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
Wow, I actually got to power level 1 pretty quickly for once.
Key キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
Oh, where?
いいぞ
Oh, where?
また起動キーが見つかった設置に向かうんだ
Where'd the key be? Oh, where has it gone? Oh. Thank you.
「仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ」
やばいよ。
味方が倒れているぞ救助できないか仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ
もう大丈夫。
Oh no, I can't save you. You're too far away. Also, you're being camped.
「味方が倒れているぞ救助できないか?」ドラゴンボールが7つ揃ったぞ祭壇で線路を呼び出すんだ
さあ願いその願い叶えてやろう
I don't know where it is at all.
いらっしゃいませ。
行くよ。そらそらそらそら。
Nope, still too far away. What?
スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたと。声で向かってくれ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
No,
まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
I cannot help.
.仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
La 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 la.
It appears to be working. See that thing wave around like that? I'm not telling you what to do, but just play it if you want to do that.
.起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。
Oops, fuck. Shit, 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 shit. Darn. Zanen, I tried so hard. GG, everyone. I don't know why that final screen is getting hung up for some people. Maybe. Okay. Night night or good day or whatever time. Good time. Thanks for hanging out. Peace. Yeah. Just banding the room. Oh, hey, thanks for the raid. Am I making it? Oh, alright. That's true. True enough. Thank you. Thanks for joining. Hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm waving, but you can't see me wave. Night. I wish hiding behind that rock had worked out. Is that everybody that we've got now? Yeah, we might be down to 2. Alright. Well, if somebody else wants to pop in, just say the word and I will stop the queuing. I need water. Alright. Nothing has changed since I stood up to get water. Oh, I sat back down and it came back. Yay! Nice timing! Huh? Oh my god, my hair. What's it doing? My game crashed. Mine crashed. There's still a few problems with this, with it, but that's okay. It's so fun.
I think it killed all of us. I think Seth's crashing killed all of us. Close and come back in. I think that's the move. Apparently it wasn't even.
Bah humbug. Anyone got a room key? Oh. Well then, I guess I will start to do it. 402684. Pay indeed. Is this the full number that we had, or are there more joining us? I don't remember. Oh. Okay. Let's go. wild stuff. Oh, well, that does that. Oh my god, those are cute. So cute. Look at those. The buggy eye one less cute. Looty dooty durdum. Ah.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that actually does.
Ah. Ah. Wow. It's icon display time. Yatta!
Since I'm pretty confident playing Keep Away with Frieza at stage 4 is probably better than anybody else if they can't get up to. With his homing pizzas.
I got these ones. Look, they're cats. They're cute. Love them. Oh no. The dog. The dog. Loo. Hmm. Hi hi. Hi hi. Hi hi. Hi 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 hi. Hi 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 hi. Hoi 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 oh. Hi 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 hi. Yeah. Hi hi hi.
Full game when we get into players who play on the same platform with the same accounts used for the last 2 trials. I don't decide.
It's a basketball. Basketball. We're up to 7. Uh. 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 You're right. I did not. Oh my god. I was trying to figure out Discord. It's okay. No problem. I'm drinking water. Discord sucks, man. It no worky. What? Me? You heard me? Where? Hmm. Why no work? Oh. Oh.
君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。約束でしたよね。地獄以上。
Aw. Why don't you just tell me every time you enter a different zone so I know where you are?
恐怖のショーを始めようか。
You hear me? Hey. Worthless. No, just you. And don't put words into my mouth. I didn't say what you are saying I said, you MFer. You son of a gun. You big third bucket. There you are.
ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。ドラゴン ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。
知らない。
ま、いいでしょう。あそこですね。ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。
ごめんみんな。
礼を言いますよ。ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。
持っていき
礼を言いますよ。ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。礼を言いますよ。
Whoa! Hey.
さすがの俺も少し痛かった。
誰か。
ドラゴンボールはどこだ。
知らない。
バカなやつだ。
太陽
誰か。
あとは任せましたよ。
さあ、承知した。
I never have luck, man. funny. Sigh. It's true. Star Ocean. It's not the only one. You can also look at barrels in the Atelier series. And you can break barrels in the Dragon Quest series. Let's watch the hourglasses. Woo! Bloop. Terrible, but I love it. Partially, yeah. Why? Unless you want to fight me? Too bad! Yeah, that's why I thought that they didn't actually, like, work well. The interns were given this as a code something task. It's true. Look at that. That looks so garbage. You spilled water on your chair. That sucks for you. I'm not gonna lie, I might actually play Dragon Ball the Hourglass. This is... It sounds like it would be a puzzle game. Well, I like puzzle games. I enjoy being outsmarted by the games.
"君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれるかな?よろしく."
Leva. Hey.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要なプッシュの転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。よーし。新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
Help. Ah! I landed on Cell. Sorry, everyone.
It only works with capsule 2. Capsule 2. Without the capsules are bonus. A lot excessive. And the dinosaur is in fact wider than the It's like a marginal.
Am I about to be saved? Hooray! Hooray! Thank you! I don't want that.
New 新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。まずい。誰かやられた。
I'm not
救助に
doing
行けないか。
anything this round, apparently. That's cool. I still don't even have a 1
仲間が
level of
助けを必要
charge.
としてるぞ。
いらっしゃいませ。毎度は店じまい。
Oh, here. All right. Seriously?
New 新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。ドラゴンボールが7つ揃ったぞ。祭壇でシェンロンを呼び出すんだ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
助けてください。助けてください。ありがとうございます。
今こちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
行くよ。
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
近い。
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
たやすいことだ。
Well, got it. It's up to you, Frank. Oh, woo! That's it. At least buy you enough time to get to the summoning altar. So I don't feel bad. That wasn't completely worthless. For once. I only just realized that there's like little police lights on the top of these. Weird. What are those lights even for? I'm gonna try leveling that up so that I can equip it. Dum bum 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 bum. Your 1 minute or less is over. What do you think they intend the main platform to be for this game? And what do you think it actually is, or will be? It seems like the safe bet would be to hedge on the PC being the main one. Times they are a-changin'. Or they're not. They're all the same. Well, in the meantime... Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon. Be-diddle-dee.
Universe. Jesus Christ.
Let's see, what other ones do I know? Ba ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? Yes, sir, yes, sir. 3 bags full. One for my master, and one for the dame, and one for the little boy who lives down the lane.
Yeah, do we have enough Gokus yet? The answer to that is always no.
Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross to see a fine lady upon a white horse. With rings on her fingers and bells on her toes, she shall have music wherever she goes. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross to see a fine lady upon a white horse, with rings on her fingers and bells on her toes. She shall have music wherever she goes. Georgie Porgy Puddin' Pie kissed the girls and made 'em cry. When the boys came out to play, Georgie Porgy ran away. What? I've never heard this. What the heck? Georgie Porgy Pudding and Pie consists of vamps with wicked eyes that makes up his dish. I only wish that he would just kiss me. What the heck?
Someone else until he shows up.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that. That one's weird. What else we got? What else we got? Ooh, I know this one. Hickety pickety, my black hen, She lays eggs for the gentlemen, sometimes 9 and sometimes 10. Hickety pickety, my black hen.
I mean, why not at this point, right? It doesn't have any of the Xeno characters, does it?
What else we got? What else we got? Oh. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. He called for his pipe, and he called for his bowl, and he called for his fiddlers 3. Every fiddler he had a fiddle, and a very fine fiddle had he. Oh, there's none so rare as can compare with King Cole and his fiddlers 3. Peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in the pot, 9 days old. Some like it hot, some like it cold, some like it in the pot, 9 days old. Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posy. Hatches, hatches, we all fall down.
She heard with no shirt. Everyone knows the ultimate level of power for a Dragon Ball character is no shirt.
Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon. All around the mulberry bush the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in fun. Pop goes the weasel. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again.
Actually have a Super Saiyan 4
Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye. 24 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Now wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king? The king was in his counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlor, eating bread and honey. The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, when along came a blackbird that snipped off her nose.
I still remember when I first played it here in Japan in the arcade.
Hickory dock, hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1, the mouse ran down, hickory dickory dock. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird don't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. And if that diamond ring turns brass, Mama's gonna buy you a looking glass. And if that looking glass gets broke, Mama's gonna buy you a billy goat. And if that billy goat don't pull, Mama's gonna buy you a cart and bowl. And if that cart and table turn over. Mama's gonna buy you a dog named Rover. And if that dog named Rover don't bark, Mama's gonna buy you a horse and cart. And if that horse and cart fall down, you'll still be the cutest little baby in town. Still no match. It doesn't like my singing, clearly.
I bet the best thing about Roto would be all the more modern and younger fans being like, what the fuck is this?
On top of spaghetti, all covered with cheese, I lost my poor meatball when somebody sneezed. It rolled off the table and onto the floor. And then my poor meatball rolled right out the door. It rolled to the garden and under a bush. And then my poor meatball was nothing but mush. The mush was as tasty could be. And early next summer, it grew into a tree. The tree was all covered in moss. And it grew lovely meatballs in spaghetti sauce. So if you eat spaghetti all covered in cheese, hold on to your meatballs and don't ever sneeze. Whether or not you like it, I had to sing it. Anyway, I'm gonna take a little step away and I will be back. Oni.
Raider Kentaro. He doesn't have to be level 1.
It is time.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
Key is up where you are.
起動
Right.
キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
いらっしゃいませ。
いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。 まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
誰か誰かいないか。助かった。
よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
近い。
誰かいないか。礼を言う。
I'm noticing a few of the military has not blown up a single building.
Okay, I know where that key in Zone D is. But unfortunately, Frieza is just hanging out in Zone D, so,
誰かいないか。ここはどこだ。
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。おいおい。
I tried.
新しい起動キーだな。
みんな
設置を急ぐんだ。
ここにみんなこ
悪いな。タイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
Thanks.
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。今そちらに補給物資を送る。
もう大丈夫
有効に使ってくれ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
What do you want me to do with these? There's no way they were gonna get the Dragon Balls.
.仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
Frieza has like 2 of them, right?
何
Oh, that was fun. Hey! Don't be like that. Bum 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 ba da bum 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 ba da bum 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 ba da bum 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 bum. Eat a pineapple. Yay. Not just now. So no worries. Let's rock and roll. Mr. Satan is Mark. Oh. Okay.
君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。僕に誇り。
Hello. Welcome back. Oh, hisashiburi.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
誰か助けて。ありがとう。
新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。
みんなどこに。
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
ありがとう。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
危なかった。
戦闘力にしたら100万円。
スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
いらっしゃいませ。毎度あり。
キントーン。
Come to this.
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
近い。
起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
Hey. Oh my god. Come back. Give me that.
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。脱出用タイムマシンが帰還した。呼び出しビーコンでもう一度呼び出せるぞ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
If only I had been able to get everybody to give me the Dragon Balls. But no.
脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。脱出用タイムマシンが帰還した。呼び出しビーコンでもう一度呼び出せるぞ。
Frustrating. I'm angry. Partially with you. I had all 5. I got one person to give me theirs, so I had all 5, and then you refused to give it to me. Instead decided to go off and fight the main battle. You punk. The other one was held by Indigo. We had them all in our hands. But no. Because you both took off to go to the main fight! Like I said! That's why I said partially you. Angie. Now I have to watch the hourglasses flip to make up for it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. No! 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 Literally seconds. I'm so mad. No. Grr. Angie.
こっちか。違う。どうした？まだかな？すごいのをお見舞いしてあげるのに。君たちは一匹たり。
Harumph. I didn't get to see the hourglasses. Now I'm angry.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか？起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
誰か助けて。
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか？
仕方ないね。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
今のはほんの挨拶。
いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
気をつけろよ。こうなってしまったら前ほど優しくはないぞ。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。中央エリアで起動システムにアクセスするんだ。スーパータイムマシン起動まであと少しだ。
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。バイトあり。
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
If he hadn't hit me with collateral damage, I wasn't gonna join that fight.
We'll hit one and then the other.
Nya 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 nya. Nya nya. Oh, there were 2 hydrates. Holy beans. Holy beans. Okay. Okay. How do I... No. No. Okay, there we go. I rejected those 2 accidental hydrates, Life Forcer. So you should get your points back. In theory.
Well, no, I still haven't seen Superhero. But when I first heard about the two new forms in it, I was like, I thought people were memeing.
Blah 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 blah. A long time ago, there lived a king who was famed for his wisdom through all the land. Nothing was hidden from him, and it seemed as if news of the most secret things was brought to him through the air. But he had a strange custom. Every day after dinner, when the table was cleared and no one else was present, a trusty servant had to bring him one more dish. It was covered, however, and even the servant did not know what was in it. Neither did anyone know, for the king never took off the cover to eat of it until he was quite alone. This had gone on for a long time, when one day the servant who took away the dish was overcome with such curiosity that he could not help carrying the dish into his room. When he had carefully locked the door, he lifted up the cover and saw a white snake lying on the dish. But when he saw it, he could not deny himself the pleasure of tasting it, so he cut off a little bit and put it into his mouth. No sooner had it touched his tongue than he heard a strange whispering of little voices outside his window. He went and listened, and then noticed that it was the sparrows who were chattering together and telling one another of all kinds of things, which they had seen in the fields and woods. Eating the snake had given him power of understanding of the language of animals. Now, it so happened that on this very day, the queen lost her most beautiful ring, and suspicion of having stolen it fell upon this same trusty servant, who was allowed to go everywhere. The king ordered the man to be brought before him and threatened with angry words that unless he could, before the morrow, point out the thief, he himself should be looked upon as guilty and executed. In vain he declared his innocence. He was dismissed with no better answer. In his trouble and fear, he went down into the courtyard and took thought how to help himself out of his trouble. Now, some ducks were sitting together quietly by a brook and taking their rest, and whilst they were making their feathers smooth with their bills, they were having a confidential conversation together. The servant stood by and listened. They were telling one another of all the places where they had been waddling about all the morning, and what good food they had found. And one said in a pitiful tone, Something lies heavy on my stomach. As I was eating in haste, I swallowed a ring which lay under the queen's window. The servant at once seized her by the neck, carried her to the kitchen, and said to the cook, "Here is a fine duck. Pray, kill her." "Yes," said the cook, and weighed her in his hand. "She has spared no trouble to fatten herself, and has been waiting to be roasted long enough." So he cut off her head, and as she was being dressed for the spit, the queen's ring was found inside her. The servant could now easily prove his innocence, and the king, to make amends for the wrong, allowed him to ask a favor and promised him the best place in the court that he could wish for. The servant refused everything, and only asked for a horse and some money for traveling, as he had a mind to see the world and go about a little. When his request was granted, he set out on his way, and one day came to a pond where he saw 3 fishes caught in the reeds and gasping for water. Now, though it is said that fishes are dumb, he heard them lamenting that they must perish so miserably, and, as he had a kind heart, he got off his horse and put the 3 prisoners back into the water. They leapt with delight, put out their heads, and cried to him, "We will remember you and repay you for saving us." He rode on, and after a while it seemed to him that he heard a voice in the sand at his feet. He listened and heard an ant-king complain, "Why cannot folks with their clumsy beasts keep off our bodies? That stupid horse with his heavy hooves has been treading down my people without mercy." So he turned on to a side path, and the ant-king cried out to him, "We will remember you. One good turn deserves another." The path led him into a wood, and there he saw 2 old ravens standing by their nest and throwing out their young ones. "Out with you, you idle, good-for-nothing creatures!" they cried. "We cannot find food for you any longer. You are big enough and can provide for yourselves." But the poor young ravens lay upon the ground, flapping their wings and crying, "Oh, what helpless chicks we are! We must shift for ourselves, and yet we cannot fly. What can we do but lie here and starve?" So the good young fellow alighted and killed his horse with his sword and gave it to them for food. Rip horse, I guess. And then they came hopping to it, satisfied their hunger, and cried, "We will remember you. One good turn deserves another." And now he had to use his own legs. And when he had walked a long way, he came to a large city. There was a great noise and a crowd in the streets, and a man rode up on horseback, crying aloud, "The king's daughter wants a husband, but whoever seeks her hand must perform a hard task, and if he does not succeed, he will forfeit his life." Many had already made the attempt, but in vain. Nevertheless, when the youth saw the king's daughter, he was so overcome by her great beauty that he forgot all danger and went before the king and declared himself a suitor. To be continued.
I've only got 2 modes with Cell, which is either what happened last time or horrific, horrible failure. No, I haven't had that happen. Right.
君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれるかな。本物のバカだ。
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Get out of here, shitty bug.
まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。 新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
Oh, is Frank the shitty bug? He must be, based on what he's saying.
Hang
よし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
ありがとう。
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
ここなら大丈夫。
中央エリアの起動システムにアクセスするんだ。スーパータイムマシン起動まであと少しだ。救助できないか。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
誰か助けて。
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
本物のバカだ。
まずい、 誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
No.
A mixture of that traffic sign and also for some reason like 3 people coming at me one-on-one and deciding it's time for me to just die.
So it was that the man was led out to sea, and a gold ring was thrown into it before his eyes. Then the king ordered him to fetch this ring up from the bottom of the sea, and added, "If you come up again without it, you will be thrown in again and again until you perish amid the waves." All the people grieved for the handsome youth, and they went away, leaving him alone by the sea. He stood on the shore and considered what he should do, when suddenly he saw 3 fishes come swimming towards him, and they were the very fishes whose lives he had saved. The one in the middle held a mussel in its mouth, which it laid on the shore at the youth's feet, and when he had taken it up and opened it, there lay the gold ring in a shell. Full of joy, he took it and to the king and expected that he would grant him the promised reward. But when the proud princess perceived that he was not her equal in birth, she scorned him and required him first to perform another task. She went down into the garden and strewed with her own hands 10 sacks full of millet seed on the grass. Then she said, "Tomorrow morning, before sunrise, these must be picked up and not a single grain be wanting." The youth sat down in the garden and considered how it might be possible to perform this task, but he could think of nothing, and there he sat sorrowfully awaiting the break of day, when he should be led to death. But as soon as the first rays of the sun shone into the garden, he saw all the 10 sacks standing side by side, quite full, and not a single grain was missing. The Ant King had come in the night with thousands and thousands of ants, and the grateful creatures had by great industry picked up all the millet seed and gathered them into the sacks. Presently, the king's daughter herself came down into the garden and was amazed to see that the young man had done the task she had given him. But she could not yet conquer her proud heart, and said, "Although he has performed both tasks, he shall not be my husband until he has brought me an apple from the tree of life." The youth did not know where the tree of life stood, but he set out and would have gone on forever, as long as his legs would carry him, though he had no hope of finding it. After he had wandered through 3 kingdoms, he came one evening to a wood, and lay down under a tree to sleep. But he heard a rustling in the branches, and a golden apple fell into his hand. At the same time, 3 ravens flew down to him, perched themselves upon his knee, and said, "We are the 3 young ravens whom you saved from starving. When we had grown big and heard that you were seeking the golden apple, we flew over the sea to the end of the world where the tree of life stands, and have brought you the apple." The youth, full of joy, set out homewards and took the golden apple to the king's beautiful daughter, who had now no more excuses left to make. They cut the apple of life in 2 and ate it together, and then her heart became full of love for him, and they lived in undisturbed happiness to a great age. The end. Let's read some Aesop's fables. The Traveler and His Dog. A traveler, about to set out on a journey, saw his dog stand at the door, stretching himself. He asked him sharply, "Why do you stand there gaping? Everything is ready but you, so come with me instantly." The dog, wagging his tail, replied, "Oh, master, I am quite ready. It is you for whom I am waiting." The loiterer often blames delay on his more active friend. What a story. How about... The Man, the Boy, and the Donkey. A man and his son were once going with their donkey to market. As they were walking along by its side, a countryman passed them and said, "You fools, what is a donkey for but to ride upon?" So the man put the boy on the donkey, and they went on their way, but soon they passed a group of men, one whom said, "See that lazy youngster, he lets his father walk while he rides." So the man ordered his boy to get off and got on himself, but they hadn't gone far when they passed two women, one of whom said to the other, "Shame on that lousy lout to let his poor little son trudge along." Well, the man didn't know what to do, but at last he took his boy up before him on the donkey. By this time they had come to the town, and the passers-by began to jeer and point at them. The man stopped and asked what they were scoffing at. The men said, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself for overloading that poor donkey of yours and your hulking son?" The man and the boy got off and tried to think what to do. They thought, till at last they cut down a pole, tied the donkey's feet to it, and raised the pole and the donkey to their shoulders. They went along amid the laughter of all who met them till they came to the market bridge, when the donkey, getting one of his feet loose, kicked out and caused the boy to drop his end of the pole. In the struggle, the donkey fell over the bridge, and his 4 feet being tied together, he was drowned. "That will teach you," said an old man who had followed them. "Please all, and you will please none." This is one that I hate. This particular story is one that I do not enjoy. The Fox and the Grapes. One hot summer's day, a fox was strolling through an orchard till he came to a bunch of grapes just ripening on a vine which had been trained over a lofty branch. "Just the thing to quench my thirst," quoth he. Drawing back a few paces, he took a run and a jump, and just missed the bunch. Turning round again with a 1, 2, 3, he jumped up, but with no greater success. Again and again he tried after the tempting morsel, but at last he had to give it up and walked away with his nose in the air, saying, "I am sure they are sour." It's easy to despise what you cannot get. As a kid, I thought that was the dumbest damn story. Here's one I don't know. Belling the Cat. Long ago, the mice had a general council to consider what measures they could take to outwit their common enemy, the cat. Some said this and some said that, but at last a young mouse got up and said he had a proposal to make, which he thought would meet the case. "You will all agree," said he, "that our chief danger consists in the sly and treacherous manner in which the enemy approaches us. Now, if we could receive some signal of her approach, we could easily escape from her. I venture, therefore, to propose that a small bell be procured and attached by a ribbon around the neck of the cat. By this means, we should always know when she was about and could easily retire when she was in the neighborhood." This proposal was met with general applause until an old mouse got up and said, "That is all very well, but who is to bell the cat?" The mice looked at one another and nobody spoke. Then the old mouse said, "It is easy to propose impossible remedy." The end. Okay. The two crabs. One fine day, two crabs came out from their home to take a stroll on the sand. "Child," said the mother, "you are walking very ungracefully. You should accustom yourself to walking straight forward without twisting from side to side." "Pray, mother," said the young one, "do but set the example yourself, and I will follow you." Example is the best precept. Why the hell were they crabs? I don't get it. The wind and the sun. The wind and the sun were disputing which was stronger. Suddenly they saw a traveler coming down the road, and the sun said, "I see a way to decide our dispute. Whichever of us can cause that traveler to take off his cloak shall be regarded as the stronger. You begin." So the sun retired behind a cloud, and the wind began to blow as hard as it could upon the traveler. But the harder he blew, the more closely did the traveler wrap his cloak round him, till at last the wind had to give up in despair. Then the sun came out and shone in all his glory upon the traveler, who soon found it too hot to walk with his cloak on. Kindness affects more than severity. Okay. The Bald Man and the Fly. There was once a bald man who sat down after work on a hot summer's day. A fly came up and kept buzzing about his bald pate and stinging him from time to time. The man aimed a blow at his little enemy, but whack! His palm came on his head instead. Again the fly tormented him, but this time the man was wiser and said, "You will only injure yourself if you take notice of despicable enemies." Alright. What do we think of Aesop's fables? Kinda heavy-handed, huh? The Cat Maiden. The gods were disputing whether it was possible for a living being to change its nature. Jupiter, why is it Jupiter? Whatever. Jupiter said yes, but Venus said no. So, to try the question, Jupiter turned a cat into a maiden and gave her a young man for a wife. The wedding was duly performed, and the young couple sat down to the wedding feast. "See," said Jupiter to Venus, "how becomingly she behaves. Who could tell that yesterday she was but a cat? Surely her nature is changed." "Wait a minute," replied Venus, and let loose a mouse into the room. No sooner did the bride see this than she jumped up from her seat and tried to pounce upon the mouse. "Ah, you see," said Venus, "nature will win out."
Finally.
Don't marry cats. Or they will jump after mice in your wedding party. Moral of the story. The father and his sons. A father had a family of sons who were perpetually quarreling among themselves. When he failed to heal their disputes by his exhortations, he determined to give them a practical illustration of the evils of disunion, and for this purpose he one day told them to bring him a bundle of sticks. Oh, this is the bundle of sticks story. When they had done so, he placed the bundle of sticks into the hands of each of them in succession and ordered them to break it in pieces. They tried with all their strength and were not able to do it. He next opened the bundle of sticks, took the sticks separately, one by one, and again put them into his son's hands, upon which they broke them easily. He then addressed them in these words: "My sons, if you are of one mind and unite to assist each other, you will be as this bundle of sticks, uninjured by all the attempts of your enemies. But if you are divided amongst yourselves, you will be broken as easily as these sticks." That one's pretty famous. Why are there two stories called The Frog and the Ox? What's going on here? The Frog and the Ox. "Oh, father," said a little frog to the big one sitting by the side of a pool, "I have seen such a terrible monster. It was as big as a mountain, with horns on its head, and a long tail, and it had hooves divided in two." "Tush, child, tush," said the old frog. "That was only Farmer White's ox. It isn't so big either. He may be a little bit taller than I, but I could easily make myself quite as broad. Just you see." So he blew himself out, and blew himself out, and blew himself out. "Was he as big as that?" asked he. "Oh, much bigger than that," said the young frog. Again the old one blew himself out, and asked the young one if the ox was as big as that. "Bigger, father, bigger," was the reply. So the frog took a deep breath, and blew and blew and blew, and swelled and swelled and swelled, and then he said, "I'm sure the ox is not as big as this." But at this moment he burst. Self-conceit may lead to self-destruction. Hydrate. Alright. I need water. Yeah. Yeah. What? This is the same frickin' story. But with like slightly different wording. Alright, whatever. I have drank of the water also. Hi! Welcome. We're in queuing hell. Ugh. Yeah, I guess it is weird time, but meh. Yeah, and we're in a team of 5 that is like international. So it makes it more tricky. I don't know why, but it has a huge problem trying to match with international. groups.
Finally, I will kill my brother.
Hercules and the Wagoneer. A wagoner was once driving a heavy load along a very muddy way. At last he came to a part of the road where the wheels sank halfway into the mire, and the more the horses pulled, the deeper sank his wheels. So the wagoner threw down his whip and knelt down and prayed to Hercules the Strong. "Oh, Hercules!" This is very hard for me to not say Heracles, but it's not written that way. So, "Oh, Hercules, help me in this my hour of distress," quoth he. But Hercules appeared to him and said, "Tut, man, don't sprawl there. Get up and put your shoulder to the wheel. The gods help them that help themselves." Thanks, Aesop. Thanks for the follow.
Worst enemy.
I guess maybe my my reading of Aesop's fables are charming as I wait.
Really sad that we never get to see the return of Cell Krillin Absorber.
This is The Man and the Wood. A man came into a wood one day with an axe in his hand and begged all the trees to give him a small branch which he wanted for a particular purpose. The trees were good-natured and gave him one of their best branches. What did the man do but fit it into the axe head and soon set to work cutting down tree after tree? Then the trees saw how foolish they had been in giving their enemy the means of destroying themselves. The end. Don't give your enemy the key to victory, you fool. Cool moral. Thanks, Aesop. What a guy. What a guy giving us these very pro tips with very trash stories. This one's pretty famous. This one's a pretty famous one. The Ant and the Grasshopper. The ants were spending a fine winter's day drying grain collected in the summertime. A grasshopper, perishing with famine, passed by and earnestly begged for a little food. The ants inquired of him, "Why did you not treasure up food during the summer?" He replied, "I had not leisure enough. I passed the days in singing." They then said in derision, "If you were foolish enough to sing all the summer, you must dance supperless to bed in the winter." Properly prepare your food, you fools. Ugh. We're gonna 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I saw that soul.
Next. Let's see. What have we got now? We've got the charcoal burner and the fuller. A charcoal burner carried on his trade in his own house. One day he met a friend, a fuller, and entreated him to come and live with him, saying that they should be far better neighbors and that their housekeeping expenses would be lessened. The fuller replied, "The arrangement is impossible as far as I am concerned, for whatever I should whiten, you would immediately blacken again with your charcoal. Like will draw like." Okay. Okay, sure. I don't know what a fuller is. What an old-timey job that I don't understand.
Remember last time I played Burrito, I played the white ball ultimate.
The fisher and the little fish.
And they would all just miss wildly.
It happened that a fisher, after fishing all day, caught only a little fish. "Pray let me go, master," said the fish. I am much too small for your eating just now. If you put me back into the river, I shall soon grow. Then you can make a fine meal off me. Nay, nay, my little fish, said the fisher. I have you now. I may not catch you hereafter. A little thing in hand is worth more than a great thing in prospect. Don't invest in crypto. You heard it here first from Aesop. I guess. The Fox and the Stork. At one time, the fox and the stork were on visiting terms and seemed very good friends. So, the fox invited the stork to dinner and, for a joke, to put nothing before her but some soup in a very shallow dish. That's rude. This the fox could easily lap up, but the stork could only wet the end of her long bill in it and left the meal as hungry as when she began. I'm sorry, said the fox. The soup is not to your liking. Pray do not apologize, said the stork. I hope you will return this visit and come and dine with me soon. So a day was appointed when the fox should visit the stork, but when they were seated at the table, all that was for their dinner was contained in a very long-necked jar with a narrow mouth, in which the fox could not insert his snout. So all he could do was manage to lick the outside of the jar. I will not apologize for the dinner, said the stork. One bad turn deserves another. Our fairy tale from earlier was about good turns, and this one was about bad turns. Amazing! Oh, this one's pretty famous too. The Goose with the Golden Eggs. One day, a countryman going to the nest of his goose found there was an egg all yellow and glittering. When he took it up, it was as heavy as lead and was going to throw it away because he thought a trick had been played upon him. But he took it home on second thoughts and soon found to his delight that it was an egg of pure gold. Every morning the same thing occurred, and he soon became rich by selling his eggs. As he grew rich, he grew greedy, and thinking to get at once all the gold the goose could give, he killed it and opened it only to find nothing. Greed oft o'erreaches itself. Wait, were there not even goose guts inside of the goose, do you think? It was just like a balloon. He cuts open the goose and just goes, because that'd be real something. Maybe we should break the room. Who's making the room? I guess I am. Okay. The Laborer and the Nightingale. A laborer lay listening to a nightingale's song throughout the summer night. So pleased was he with it that the next night he set a trap for it and captured it. Now that I have caught thee, he cried, thou shalt always sing to me. We nightingales never sing in a cage, said the bird. Then I'll eat thee, said the laborer. I have always heard say that a nightingale on toast is dainty morsel. Then I'll... Oh. Nay, kill me not, said the nightingale, but let me free and I'll tell thee 3 things. far better worth than my poor body. The laborer let him loose, and he flew up to a branch of a tree and said, "Never believe a captive's promise, that's one thing. Then again, keep what you have. And a third piece of advice is, sorrow not over what is lost forever." Then the songbird flew away. Hey, we saw the hourglasses flip. Yatta! Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 ah. Yeah, this time sucks. There's only 24 hours left to go. Come on, people. Get with the program. That's probably why they're ending it at this time, though. They're like, this is when everybody, like, drops off anyway. We did the analysis. We know. We're up to 5, though. Yay! Yeah, the forever queue ain't ending. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, I'm trash at the game. I mean, come on. Like, clearly it's fun even if you are garbage.
約束でしたよね。地獄以上の恐怖を見せてあげるって。
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。
That's happened to me. Yeah, I'm not good at this game. I am speaking from experience. I stink. That's okay though. It's fun. Also, hello, welcome. I hear you.
Dragon Ball をお出しなさい。もっとないなら用はありません。ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。もっとないなら用はありません。頼みましたよ。あとは任せましたよ。ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。
てろ。
そんなものか。
始末しろ。
誰か。
I agree, the game is fun whether you win or lose. And I lose a lot.
ここまでか。
Why are there so many? Why are there so many? Getting hung up on the geometry, man. Ugh. I do, I lose all the time. Look at this, I did so terribly. I'm bad at this game, man. bad at this game. Oh, come on, last person! Last person! Yeah! Hayai ne! See, if you don't have an international group, this goes real freaking fast. With only 2. I don't know if it's like, if it's only 2 or if it's that we're both in the same region.
It could be that. It's hard to say if it's region, international, causes the problems. We had to do like. Definitely not here.
I think it's international, or at least it used to be, because in the old beta when it was you and me, it still was going like slow but not as slow, and then it was me and Wind and it was like taking for freaking ever. We were in a lobby for like 40 minutes once. It was nuts. It was nuts. Pompon Pain is really good. You're sleepy? It's only like 5, dude. Yeah, it's been quite a while. In fact, it has been 9 hours. Stop.
地獄以上の
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要なプッシュの転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、
1 to 5 minutes from Australia, so maybe it's because we're in their favored region of
誰
Japan.
かいないか。ここは助かった。
Man, I'm just hearing all kinds of people.
どこに僕助かるの？
That's a lot of Dragon Ball I have for not having a Dragon Ball radar 2. Shit. We're out of here.
ここは
近い。
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか？
Alright, this is where he was. This is where he started.
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
Oh, snap. Well,
ここなら大丈夫。
oh, that's you. Hey.
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか？ 仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
I I don't want that. You're welcome.
ここやばい。
Seriously?
もう大丈夫かな。
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
That's cool.
Nakama 仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
There's all that happening down over there. Alright, let's see now. Has anybody been down this hole? Yes.
9 times out of 10, that just looks like getting killed.
脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わった。起動キーの設置は諦め、脱出して構わない。青い光で示された場所に呼び出しビーコンがある。急いで向かってくれ。
Make you
脱出
good.
用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。脱出用タイムマシンが帰還した。呼び出しビーコンでもう一度呼び出せるぞ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
Cool.
Blown up areas that make you feel like pain.
君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
Oh my god! I can't believe that worked. Holy shit. That luck. That luck, though. Yeah, I did see him standing there. Just with his back to me. Cool guys don't look at explosions, Frank. Yeah, I agree. Pew pew. Zoop.
I didn't see it with me and the other person in the same room here. We're just.
Oh. It's you. No, it's not. You're right beside me. JK. No, bye. No. And Dolce demo. Okay. I'll head to
こちらトランクスだ。
Zombie.
聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完
You
了し
got
てい
it.
る。
Good
起
job.
動キーを
I
探し
guess
て
I'm going
指
to
定ポイ
turn
ントに
around
設
and
置し
set the key.
スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
Cell's having some good luck.
いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか？誰か。よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
I don't want that. Get that out of here. Wow, I landed right up here on this cliff. Interesting. Doop. Seriously? Well, fuck. Ugh. Hi. Ow. My life essence. How could you?
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
There's no way, dude. There's no way, dude. There's no way. Oh my god.
やばいよ。
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。ドラゴンボールが7つ揃ったぞ。最短で線路を呼び出すんだ。
ここなら大丈夫。
さあ、願いよい。たやすいことだ。よし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。
やばいよ。
Frozen
味方が
even
倒
air.
れてい
What
る
the
ぞ。
heck?
救助できないか。 システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
Bye. Enjoy the game without me.
いらっしゃいませ。毎度あり。店じまい。
やっべえ。
He's got so little health left. Get him, Miyasu. Yeah.
済んだ。
My sacrifice was not in vain.
この私が組んだ。
Tall Kuririn is pretty freaking weird.
I agree. Tall Krillin is.
Oh my god. How goes the breaking? I'm broken. We've been doing it for like 9.5 hours almost. Yep. Well, you have. I played a couple of matches before. $9.22 for me, yep. That's why I said almost. I didn't say exactly. At least it wasn't 90210. Okay, sorry. That was stupid.
「今度は木っ端みじんにしてやる。あの地球人のように。」
Hey, hey. Let's get him. Or get away from him. Whichever.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
誰か助けて。
さあ行きましょう。
僕助かるの？
誰かいないか。礼を言う。
Well.
こんなことが初めから銀の特戦隊を連れてくるんでしたね。
よし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。
気をつけろよ。こうなってしまったら前ほど優しくはないぞ。
Nope, I'm not doing it.
いいぞ、また起動機が見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
みんなどこに。
This is surprisingly a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
みんなどこに。
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。よし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。
今のはほんの挨拶代わりだ。こんなことはサイヤ人にだってできる。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。 お待たせしましたね。第2回戦といきましょうか。
スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
やばいよ。
need one more cube. Maybe two. How are the games going? They're going. I'm doing poorly, as usual.
今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
お待たせしましたね。第2回戦といきましょうか。
起動システムが破壊されたか。間もなく脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わる。青い光で示された場所にある呼び出しビーコンへ向かうんだ。
Yeah, he's got me. No cube. There's no point. Raider 2 OP, boo-hoo.
Sacrifice again, not deserved at platinum. That was not a showing that should be on the platinum.
I don't think Raiders are too OP. There's a huge luck factor. For example, both of us not getting a cube. Now I'm gonna get murdered. I'm gonna get moited. Yep.
Yoroshiku. 本物のバカだ。君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれる。
Don't kill me.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか。スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
ここはどこだ。ここはどこだ。ありがとう。
いらっしゃいませ。
助けてください。
私の名はセール人造人間だ。
私の名はセル Indeed.
よし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。
ここやばい。もう大丈夫かな。
仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。行くよ。 助できないか。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
Oh my god. Oh my god.
いい加減にしてよ。いくわよ。
Get him. Haha.
そんだこの私が
But you can take solace in the fact that you got me.
The worst part is if I had had like a second.
Oh well. For not having any recharge, I think I did pretty, and like no backup because nobody came to help out. I think I did pretty okay against you. I was just a bit early. Oh well.
Yoroshiku.
It has been a while since we've done this map.
こちらトランクスだ。
Where are you
聞こえる
going?
か
You're going
スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置しスーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。 起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。よーし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
助かりました。
Thank you for the pro assist. Alright. Rip area E, I guess. What? Alright.
よし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。いいぞ、また起動機が見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。中央エリアで起動システムにアクセスするんだ。スーパータイムマシン起動まであと少しだ。
Well, I ain't ready for this.
助かりました。
ありがとう。
Rip Raider.
この私が今度。
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. That timer is pretty something sometimes. I've definitely had that timer save my skin. I'm like dead, but not dead because the round just happens to end.
君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。約束でしたよね。地獄以上の恐怖を見せ。
ああ。
恐怖のショーを始めようか。
I know that feel.
ドラゴンボールをお出しな
誰か
さ
様の願いなど叶わん。
い。礼を言いますよ。
さてと。
ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。
たとえ持っていても
持っていないなら用はありません。あとは任せましたよ。頼みましたよ。
Why am I having bad luck? Oh god. Why does it have to be this way? Where the hell am I going? Oh my god. I'll just let them start the machine, I guess. I'd rather just fade away because time has been restored than get beaten up by a million people. Thanks. Gonna ruin your fun. I saw it, and then I dodged it. What shitty luck I had. Yeah, the Raiders do have a sense of fairness. You'd think that they would just be like, okay, now I'm gonna explode the machine with my attack. But they're like, nah, just kidding. I won't do that. That seems not sporting. Matches are coming real quick when it's just us two, aren't they? Evening watch time for Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong.
よろしく。君が私のウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれるかな。
I won.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
Music's bugging out.
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか？よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
Okay. I don't have a barrier to drop you, so you're on your own.
よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
I assume somebody's already cleared out this area. Yeah, looks like it. Oh. You still need a barrier? I'm just marking one on the map. It's over in area A.
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
Yep.
いらっしゃいませ。
中央エリアで起動システムにアクセスするんだ。スーパータイムマシン起動まであと少しだ。
近い。
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
Big cube. Need more cube.
ないか。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
Don't harass babies. I'm working on it, but I'm almost Yay. Yeah, I put Goku back on as my level 3. I like Vegeta as level 2 though. I also got self-sacrifice platinum. I don't know that I deserve it. I mean, his key blasts probably aren't doing anything, it's Trunks. You mean this guy? Right here? With his very yellow leggings for some reason? Leg wraps, and like he has underpants on. Not like underpants, but like pants that are below his coat. Yeah, but I don't know if they're yellow, you know? They might be, but I don't know. I don't care. Maybe he's got yellow trunks. Yeah. You can kill me now for it if you want. Oh my god. No. You have to work for it.
よろしく。本物のバカだ。
My start was super rough last time. Boom. I know where
こちら
this
トランク
is.
スだ。聞こえるか。スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。ありがとう。
It took me forever, but I finally figured out how to get out of this place. There's like a window over here, but somebody blew up the area, so guess I'm not gonna show it off.
いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
助けてくれ。助けてくれ。
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
誰か。
いらっしゃいませ。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
助けてくれ。ありがとう。
いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。よし、新しい起動キーが見つかったぞ。
Can't believe you would do that to Area B. Would Area B ever be deserted?
.仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
なかった。
Oh, thanks for the follow. We both had you dead and had the system basically started. Anyway, for your questions, I had senzu beans, and I had a cooldown drink. My active skills? I don't know what those are. No, it's like... There you go. This is what I got. I should trade out this. This thing is basically useless. Well, not this time, I guess. Oh.
「君たちは一匹たりとも生かしてはおかないよ。約束でしたよね。地獄以上の恐怖を見せてあげるって。」
That's some very green facial hair. Yeah! Yatta! I feel like I won already, even though I'm gonna lose.
恐怖のショーを始めようか。
His mouth moves a lot, dude. Unfortunate.
ゴンボールをお出しなさい。
ごめんみんな。
礼を言いますよ。
Okay.
ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。ま、いいでしょう。ドラゴンボールをお出しなさい。気をつけろよ。こうなってしまったら前ほど優しくはないぞ。さあ、こいつから記憶を見せてやろうか。ドラゴンボールはどこだ。
たとえ持っていても
バカなやつだ。行け。
What? Why did I teleport suddenly? What?
Na.
二度と復活できぬよう粉々にしてくれる。光栄に思うがいい。見せぬ貴様が初めてだ。ふう。
Alright.
頼みましたよ。
やすいことだ。
I don't feel like I don't want one. I don't want one.
Saて始めようか皆さん。こんなに運動したのは久しぶりだ。ふざけるなよ。 所詮私の敵ではない。
Well, you saved your idiot comrades. Playing without cheating? What do you want about? You and your "it's a Shobu." Get out of here with that. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Go Raider again. Dang. Someone trash talking for no reasons. Dude, like that's not the sick burn that you think it is, because I'm bad at this game. It's more like, yeah, you probably are going to destroy me. Occasionally I get lucky, but usually I don't. That was a good play on my part.
君たちは約束でした。
Yeah, someone's being super cool. So cool. I'm so intimidated. You going into the water, or am I? Is it you or is it me? It's me.
聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して
PC.
指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを
I
起動
play
す
on
るんだ。
PC. Yeah, give me that. again.
見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
People talking about Dead by Daylight again. Dude, like, I'm not ever gonna play it. Nobody tells me what it is. I
新しい
refuse.
起動機が見つかったぞ。
Also, I don't like horror. It's kind of outside of my realm of interest. This is only like, what's the right word? Adjacent to my interests. Oops. Nope, I don't want that.
助けてください。感謝します。
It's not even so much that it's anime as it's got like a bunch of like dumb fantasy tropes, which I like, and bad humor, which I like.
助かるの？
I heard somebody over there, but I guess they didn't get everything in here. Alright. Did they go into the...
新しい起動機だな。設置を急ぐんだ。
Yes. You can have it. I don't care.
いいぞ。また起動機が見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Oops.
新しい起動機だ
Do
な。
that.
設置を急ぐんだ。
Now I have to do this the hard way. Was that an Australian? I had no idea.
スーパータイムマシンの起動システムが出て
Were
きた
they
ぞ。
even like
急いで向かって
playing
くれ。
against me?
気をつけろよ。こうなってしまったら前ほど優しくはないよ。
No. I'm so glad everybody's gonna just refer to this as Dead by Daylight, and I'm gonna still have no idea what the hell anybody's talking about. No one will ever tell me. It's just, this is life. Which I guess is fine. Nope.
"今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
Yatta. You're right, it is between 3 and 6 in North America. It is like just post dinner time, I would guess, probably. Although people eat dinner here at like 8, so I don't freaking know. You're hungry? Maybe we should stop and get food. Alright, let's do one more and then we'll stop and get food. What do you think? Yeah, I think 11 hours is good. I think that's a good amount of streaming. Last one. もう一回、もう一回、アンコール、アンコール。Dead by Daylight is a video game. Thanks. Thanks. glad it's just gonna be the meme. The meme. I have no idea. I don't know shit about Dead by Daylight. That was the last your go? You the one? Fantastic. I guess it is. It's a bad video game? Okay. Then I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't know though, like I've met some real like sourpuss children. And they learn the behavior from like their older siblings or whatever. Or sometimes their parent, if they've got like a child for a parent.
本物のバカだ。君が
ウォーミングアップを手伝ってくれる？よろしく。Now it is I who am starting with 2 others.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
ここはどこだ？
いらっしゃいませ。
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。まずい。誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。
ありがとう。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
行くわよ。もう大丈夫。
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
ここはどこだ。ありがとう。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。中央エリアで起動システムにアクセスするんだ。スーパータイムマシン起動まであと少しだ。
死にたくない。
味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。
近い。
So hard.
今そちらに補給物資を送る。有効に使ってくれ。
やばいよ。やりくわ。
まずい、誰かやられた。救助に行けないか。味方が倒れているぞ。救助できないか。ドラゴンボールが7つ揃ったぞ。最短でシェンロンを呼び出すんだ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。
さあ願いをその願い叶えてやる。
Hey, come back. Yeah, Shinron, like, completely screws you if you're in the almost at the end of something that you need to do. I've had that happen. Anyway.
But once again, if there had been, like, literally a second.
That's all for today. But I'm gonna see if I can do a temple yet. Oh, I can. Awesome. So we'll do a temple and then I'll end it. I'm so glad that the last match I got to summon Shinron. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. What did we get? A dupe? Ooh, I got a VIP special skill. I don't know what that is. Got the Kaioken Assault. A dupe. 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 Well, okay. That's fine. There we go. And before I forget that I've done this, I'm gonna set this. And then that's all for me for today. So thank you for joining me. Hope you had fun watching me kick Frank's butt. I had fun doing it. And toodaloo. Bye!